It all kicks off when strange monoliths just drop from the sky all over the city. Then, protective barriers activated, forming a massive pillar of energy. But monsters known as disaster beasts invaded the human world. Just like that, a horde of bizarre and terrifying creatures appeared, unleashing chaos. In the middle of the confusion, a father sacrifices himself to protect his son from an attack. The city was in absolute pandemonium, with people running for their lives and getting attacked. The blue, flamed creature couldn't have cared less and continued its violent rampage. Next, it launches an energy blast right at the boy's mother. She also sacrifices herself for her son, Itsuki Tenma, and begs him to run. Suddenly, our MC wakes up startled from that horrifying memory. A pink-haired girl notices he was spacing out and gives him a nudge. She asks if everything's okay, because he looked completely out of it. Right after, she looks concerned and asks why he was crying. His friend with the glasses shows up, joking that he always dozes off during assemblies. Meanwhile, a man on stage is talking about the war from 10 years ago. The friend explains that's Mendo Izumi, the commander of the northern continent. He also mentions that Mendo was the very first awakened in history, and that even humanity's strongest hero was once his student. Mendo reveals that touching a monolith can awaken powers in normal people. Finally, he says he's there to turn them all into awakened for the war. Immediately, a monolith shoots up from the ground, surrounded by golden energy. The students go absolutely wild at the chance to finally become awakened. Itsuki's friend is super hyped, but our hero looks dead serious. Then, our guy starts walking toward the stone, ignoring everyone around him. The pink-haired girl gets worried about his strange behavior. With a sinister look and glowing red eyes, he says the day has finally come. The crowd starts touching the stone, but nothing happens with the first student. Others comment that if even the record-breaking athlete couldn't do it, they don't stand a chance either. Several other students try their luck, but they all fail miserably. The crowd gets discouraged since no one from the school has awakened so far. The guard then calls the next in line, a guy named Hikaru Oshi. The students get worried because Hikaru is a known bully, and the stone starts to react. Suddenly, the monolith unleashes blue lightning, and Hikaru starts floating in the air. A screen displays his stats, and he gets all cocky for awakening lightning powers. A blue-haired woman reports that his stats are well above average. All smug, Hikaru asks if the old man Mendo has anything to say to him, but out of nowhere, our MC shows up and places a hand on his shoulder. The bully gets furious and screams for Itsuki to get his filthy hands off him right now. The people in the audience see that Itsuki cut the line and figure he's in for some serious trouble. Our hero then touches the stone, and the woman feels an intense emotion coming from him. As Itsuki touches the stone, the woman notes that his determination is on a whole different level. Even Mendo is surprised by the energy he's feeling from the kid. Our MC then relives the image of the creature that traumatized him in his mind. All of a sudden, a massive column of light erupts from the monolith, engulfing our hero. The energy transforms into a giant flower that covers the entire school grounds. The crowd is completely jaw-dropped by the light show, which is way bigger than Oshi's. His friends are super proud and happy about his impressive awakening. Mendo realizes that this phenomenon only occurs with the rarest class, the Order Breaker. Meanwhile, the bully Hikaru can't believe what's happening. Itsuki then wakes up in a strange place, wondering if he has finally awakened. He's sitting in the middle of the energy flower that formed in the real world. A status screen appears, showing his class as Order Breaker and his gift as Nirvana. But when he looks at his attributes, every single one of them is at 0. However, his Nirvana gift activates, boosting all of his stats by 200 points. Our guy figures out that even without leveling up, he can get strong in a different way. Outside, the light is so bright it's blinding everyone nearby. Slowly, the silhouette of a person begins to emerge from within the light. Ushi is shocked when he realizes the person coming out is Itsuki. The blue-haired woman can't believe his stats, and Mendo says, without a doubt, our hero is the strongest rookie awakened in all of history. The screen displays our hero's stats with the total of 800 points. The school crowd goes wild, and the principal calls it a historic achievement. But the bully Ushi gets all salty and furious, because the guy stole his thunder. So he unleashes his electric rays on everyone and calls Itsuki a loser. Next, Ushi leaps and prepares his new move, the Silver Serpent, for an attack. Our hero's system detects the skill and activates over mimesis to analyze it. The analysis bar starts climbing super fast, while our guy stays completely calm. Suddenly, the lightning attack slams into the ground with full force, but doesn't hit anyone. Everyone's confused because they saw a flash, and then poof, Itsuki was just gone. Then, our MC appears behind Ushi, holding the bully's head. With a cold stare, he says Ushi is lucky to be human, otherwise, he'd be toast by now. The crowd just watches as the bully is paralyzed with fear while the analysis continues. With the analysis almost complete, our guy just stands there, chilling. Finally, the analysis hits 100%, and he learns Thunder Wave. Out of nowhere, a new flash appears, and some dude over there is thankful he's wearing sunglasses. The screen then shows that the analysis of the Silver Serpent was a complete success. Now, our MC is shrouded in blue lightning and looks even more powerful. Everyone is shocked because his lightning is brighter, and Ushi has no clue what's going on. His stats climb once again, and his total is now 840 points. Suddenly, the sky darkens, and it starts to rain as something strange falls from above. A new, dark monolith appears in the sky, shooting purple lightning everywhere. The blue-haired woman tells everyone to evacuate, and Mendo thinks he's the target. She's terrified and says they should run too, since they aren't fighters. But Mendo says if they run, everyone will panic, and then he points at Itsuki. While all the students flee in terror, our hero walks toward the danger. The monolith then crashes to the ground with a huge impact, kicking up a ton of dust. His friend Riku yells that a disaster beast is coming, but Itsuki doesn't even flinch. Riku and the pink-haired girl say he's just a rookie and shouldn't be fighting. RMC looks back and with a calm gaze asks them to trust him. So the two of them run while the boy prepares to face the threat alone. With a sinister smile, our hero is pumped for his first real fight. He reveals that this is the same creature that killed his parents, and this is his lucky day. A blue flame skeleton emerges, and the screen shows its stats at 295. Our guy is eager to test out the skill he just copied from the bully. Without wasting any time, he charges straight at the monster using his lightning. Itsuki gathers the energy in his fist and says he won't let anyone else die. Then he lands a lightning punch right in the skeleton's chest with all his might. The blow is so powerful it blows up everything around them and sends the monster flying. The blue-haired woman is shocked that Itsuki defeated the beast in a single hit. However, Mendo explains that his speed is great, but it's not enough to win. Mendo says the skeleton's second skill burns everything it touches with blue fire. Seeing his friend in danger, Riku and the pink-haired girl scream in desperation. Meanwhile, the bully Ushi laughs his head off, saying the kid's about to turn to ash. But our hero's system activates and begins analyzing the monster's fire attack. The blue-haired woman worries, because not even a level 10 Awakened could take that. She mourns the death of the genius while Itsuki feels the searing pain of being burned. He then remembers his mother, who suffered the same way before she passed. However, Mendo watches everything calmly, knowing the kid has a trick up his sleeve. Our MC's body is consumed by the flames, but the analysis hits 100%. The guy in sunglasses loses hope, but the blue lotus flower appears again. Itsuki is healed inside the energy and wonders what skill he'll learn now. The screen shows he's gained the black ice wall, and his stats have increased. Then the blue lotus flower glows intensely around our hero. He floats inside it, completely recovered and stronger than before. His friends and the audience cheer, because the kid just pulled off a miracle. The woman wonders about his recovery, and Mendo says he's a special kind of breaker. Mendo is curious to see what the limits of this incredible regeneration are. The skeleton doesn't like this one bit and attacks with its blue flames once more. But our hero uses his new skill and creates an armor of black ice around his body. The flames hit the boy, but he seems to be protected by his new defense. Inside the flames, his ice armor completely shields him from the attack. Then he uses his new ability and charges forward with a dragon of ice and lightning. Next, our hero creates a giant ice sword with his new skill, and with a single swing, he He slices the disaster beast with ease. The students are shocked by the kid's speed. He vanished and reappeared in an instant. The bully Ushi can't believe it, and the woman wonders if he's really a rookie. The armor and weapons he creates are a god-tier ability. His friend Riku yells his name and runs toward him, incredibly relieved. He gives him a happy hug for his victory, and our hero asks where Sayo is. Riku says she was right there, nearly in tears, but disappeared after the fight. Our MC looks at the crowd and wonders if she got mad. Mendu then tells Choha to clean up the mess, because he's taking the kid with him. His friend tries to calm him down, saying she just went to touch the monument. Suddenly, Mendu appears and calls our hero by his full name. The commander and the strongest rookie in history stand face to face. The crowd gossips about whether he'll become Mendu's student but thinks it's impossible. Riku gets nervous about the situation and makes up an excuse to get out of there. Mendu then tells our hero that he's a very special boy. Itsuki is confused and doesn't understand what the commander means by that. Then the old man reveals that he can feel the anger and hatred in his heart. Mendu wants to know the reason for so much hatred, and our hero begins to open up. He explains that it all started 10 years ago, when his parents were attacked by a beast. The image of his terrified younger self flashes back into his mind with full force. The boy says he almost didn't make it, but an Awakener saved him just in time. Even so, he had to watch his mother be consumed by the blue flames. His past self could only scream for his mother, completely desperate. At that moment, the boy blamed himself for his parents' deaths and was devastated. But then he saw the creature that was the root of all evil right in front of him, with his eyes red with hatred. He swore that he would get his revenge one day, and with tears in his eyes, he yells that he's going to wipe out every single demon. The commander finds it strange that even with so much hatred, he can still cry. Itsuki says the tears remind him to never forget his goal. So Mendo invites him to be his student and join the Savior League. He explains that the League is an organization with the best awakened in the world. On top of that, members get weapons and a salary of 10,000 gold a month. However, the price is fighting on the front lines to protect the safety of the people. Our MC doesn't care about rewards or resources. What he wants most is the chance to fight the beasts on the front lines. Mendu says only the top 100 from a tournament can become saviors. Our guy then asks what the point record is so he can have a target. Mendu says the record is 115,000 points, set by some guy named Taiwajan. Our hero remembers that Taiwajan is the light of humanity and the strongest awakened. The old man warns that Jin is special, but that our guy has the potential to reach his level. With a determined look, our hero says he's going to surpass this Taiwajan guy. The commander observes the boy with a very serious look. He thinks that the youth are following Itsuki, but that's not enough to win the war. The old man hopes that someone will surpass him, like a new sun rising on the horizon. Mendo then smiles, because the sun he had been waiting for has finally appeared. Our MC looks at a giant building and asks what it is. The commander explains that the monuments connect this world with the world of the beasts. So if they only kill the creatures and leave the stone, more of them will come. That's why the building serves to isolate the monuments and also as a training ground. Our guy asks if it's a training facility, and Mendu confirms it's a stage. But he warns that the beasts there are strong, which is why the place is called the Rookie Graveyard. The old man reveals that Jin's record was 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Then he challenges the boy to clear it in under 3 minutes to become his student. In the building, the crowd sees Mendo and wonders who the rookie next to him is. Our guy then wonders if this Taiwajan dude is really that famous. He looks at a panel and sees that the stage's beast level is 10. Meanwhile, the crowd comments that he's a rookie and must just be there to hit on girls. Our hero ignores everyone and goes to the receptionist to enter the stage. The woman asks how many people are entering, and he replies that it's just him. He just stands there in front of her, waiting to be let into the challenge. She gets irritated and thinks he's joking, since the place is extremely dangerous. The crowd around them starts laughing, thinking he's getting shot down by the girl. Itsuki then says she's got it all wrong, as he has no interest in her. She doesn't believe him and offers her number. just to get him to leave and stop pretending. With a dark look, he tells her not to make him repeat himself and to just let him in. Startled, she hands over the bracelet, and he complains that she should have just done that in the first place. People call him an idiot for being level 0 and trying a level 10 stage. One of the guys there says that even with a special gift, his level is still way too low. Our MC then walks to the gate to scan his bracelet. His entry is approved, and the system grants access to Awakened Itsuki Tenma. He gets ready and says the promise is to finish everything in under 3 minutes. Then, a timer on the screen starts counting up from 0, and just like that, our guy unleashes his power aura, his eyes glowing. Inside the stage, our hero runs toward a giant monolith. With a focused look, he braces himself as he senses something approaching. Then, a level 4 wooden creature appears and attacks him with everything it's got. But our guy summons an ice axe and counter, attacks instantly. He slices the monster in half and taunts the others that are nearby. Suddenly, a horde of identical creatures appears, surrounding our MC. Outside, Choa questions Mendu about the stage he chose for the kid. She says that surpassing Taiwajan is impossible, and the old man teases her about her choice of words. The woman then remembers when she saw Taiwajan defeat a level 97 beast. At that moment, his eyes were cold and didn't seem human at all. She says those were the eyes of a god with immense power. Mendu agrees that the boy has potential, but is still a diamond in the rough, because if Taiwajan is a god, our hero is a demon driven by hatred. Meanwhile, Itsuki defeats the creature and notes that it was way too weak. Suddenly, a much larger, shadowy creature emerges from the shadows behind him. Our MC doesn't waste any time and attacks the new monster with his ice. He defeats the beast easily and wonders if that was all there was to the challenge. However, the system activates and detects a regeneration skill on the monster. The analysis of the ability begins, and our hero senses something is off. The monster regenerates and attacks with several vines aimed at the boy. The screen shows that the monster is now level 10, and our hero sees this won't be easy, so he uses his black ice wall to defend himself from the vine attack. The boy figures he needs to deal a massive amount of damage to stop the regeneration, so he dodges and cuts several vines with his ice blades. Next, our hero lands a powerful vertical strike right on top of the creature. The creature is split in half by the attack, but still isn't defeated. With a wicked smile, he says he's going to dice the monster up so it can't heal anymore. Then our MC uses his ice weapon to separate the two halves. With that, the monster explodes into countless pieces, and dust flies up everywhere. He's getting tired, as using the ice for so long is draining his mana. But suddenly, the creature begins to regenerate again from the pieces. The monster attacks him, and even after all that, it's still not gone for good. However, our hero notices that with each defense, the analysis percentage increases. He comes up with a plan to use his lightning and keep his distance until the analysis is complete. The analysis is at 75%, but his time is almost up, so he decides to use both lightning and ice together to speed up the process. Our guy knows that if his mana runs out before the analysis is done, it's game over for him. Even while taking hits, he stays focused as the analysis reaches 80%. He thinks that if he goes down here, it just means he wasn't strong enough. With his eyes glowing red, he prepares to unleash his most powerful attack. With one last effort, he attacks the monster but ends up getting pierced. Our guy is exhausted and has no strength left to continue fighting. His mana is depleted, but the system's analysis reaches 99%. However, he notices that Mimesis doesn't require mana and declares that victory is his. Then the analysis completes, and he learns the skill Lotus Explosion. The new ability deals area of effect damage and scales with mana consumption. Plus, it heals his wounds and increases his stats by 20 points. Our hero then prepares to activate his new and powerful ability. He brings his hands together and unleashes the full power of the Lotus Explosion. A huge fiery explosion completely consumes the creature. The monster is disintegrated, leaving nothing but dust and ashes. Our MC thinks the new skill is pretty strong and is satisfied with the result. He notices that Mimesis also restored his mana and cleared the entire area. Through the smoke, our guy sees a glowing green crystal on the ground. Outside, the receptionist is freaking out because time is running out. Choa also thinks it's impossible for him to win in under 3 minutes. But suddenly, the challenge screen turns green and shows a new record. Her jaw drops, and she can't believe what she's seeing. The screen then shows that he completed the challenge in 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Our hero stumbles out of the portal and collapses on the floor, exhausted after breaking the record. The crowd is stunned that he survived and was a whole minute faster than Taiwajan. Our hero then turns to Mendu and asks if he'll be his instructor now. With a smile on his face, all bruised up, he finally calls him Professor. The old man says it was well done, and Choa notes that her father hasn't been this happy in a long time. The crowd now understands how he broke the record, but still doubts his potential. The receptionist comes over with a gift and apologizes for being so rude to him. He accepts the box and says he gets it, since a level 0 rookie did seem pretty reckless. Our guy thanks her for her concern, and the woman gets all flustered by the compliment. Suddenly, Choha announces she's heading out with the commander. She scolds him for getting cocky just because he became a student, and Mendu suggests raising the difficulty. The commander says he can now challenge an advanced stage, and the boy is intrigued. As they walk, the old man explains that level isn't the most important thing with beasts. He reveals that the main factor determining their strength is their species, because there are species with intelligence equal to or even greater than humans. Choa adds that only humans have jobs based on their species. She explains that these are the advanced stages, and his next destination is District 4. With a dark look, our hero asks if intelligent beasts feel pain. A terrifying aura emanates from him, and Choa gets scared, not understanding what he's thinking. The crowd comments that everyone who went to District 4 vanished because of some guy named Reiji. A guy says his name out loud, and his friend shushes him, saying they could get erased. Elsewhere, a guy named Reiji Kinoshido is relaxing while an old man shines his shoe. A huge brute asks when he's going to leave, and Reiji says the stages belong to him. With an arrogant smirk, he says that waiting in line is for common folk. Meanwhile, our hero opens the box he received and sees a shiny crystal inside. Later, he's with Mendu and Choha, and realizes the crystal is from that moment. The boy shows the item and asks if the commander has ever seen a karma stone before. He says a similar stone, but a different color, dropped after he beat the beast. Our MC then takes out the green crystal to compare it with the other one. Choa is shocked because that's an intermediate karma stone. She explains that karma stones are also known as experience stones, because when a beast is defeated, it releases a substance called karma. This stone allows you to absorb karma to level up more easily, but she finds it strange, as these stones shouldn't form naturally. Mendu then says it was probably because of our guy's gift. He asks about the gift, and Choa confirms that the boy didn't level up. The commander explains that the karma wasn't absorbed, but it didn't just vanish either. So, he theorizes that the karma from the beast at the school was absorbed by those present. Choa understands that the creature's experience was split among all of them, but in the stage, the karma solidified because it had nowhere else to go. Choa then asks how his stats increase if he can't level up. Mendo then scolds Choha for the nosy question about his stats. He also announces he's leaving for a conference and that Choha will look after the boy. Then the old man gives 4 orders, like keeping everything a secret and clearing 6 stages. With a smile, our hero accepts the orders and says goodbye to his new master. In District 4, some guys in suits are blocking other Awakened from entering. 2 guys are furious and say they're not going anywhere just because he's rich. One of them threatens to report everything to the guild, but a hulking brute emerges from the shadows. Suddenly, the big guy attacks one of the young men with a super fast punch. He continues the assault with a barrage of blows, giving the poor guy no chance to fight back. The brute finishes the attack with a powerful strike that sends the young man flying. His friend is shocked because his Earth Spike skill didn't even scratch him. The big guy uses an ability that makes his skin hard as metal and charges forward. The young man panics because his technique can pierce anything, but it didn't work. Without mercy, the brute grabs the young man by the neck and lifts him into the air. Then he slams him to the ground with force, leaving him out of commission. The crowd recognizes him as Takuruoga, one of Reiji Kineshita's 4 pillars. He then threatens anyone who tries to enter the stage without permission, and says that anyone who resists will meet the same fate as the 2 on the ground. His buddies in suits ask him not to go overboard with the students, but Takeru just grunts and drops the young man on the ground in disgust. Suddenly, our hero and Koa arrive and help one of the fallen guys. The crowd thinks he's in for it for being level 0 and ignoring the warning. Takeru gets furious and yells at the newbie to get out of there, or he'll get a beating too. Our guy understands that to get in, he has to defeat him, and Choa tries to intervene, but he stops her because his master told him to do what he believes is right. So our MC asked her to take care of the injured while he handles the situation. Takeru gets annoyed by the level 0 kid's audacity, and a red aura flares up. He boasts about being level 12 and having over 600 stat points. Even so, the brute gets tense from the pressure coming off our hero. His eyes widen as he sees the boy charging right at him. In the reflection of his pupil, our MC rushes forward to attack. Without giving him time to react, he lands a punch right in the bully's face. The crowd is shocked because his speed is surreal for a level 0. Our hero's fist sinks into Takeru's metallic face with force. However, the brute grabs his arm and compliments the kid's speed. Then he says he's lacking power and throws him away with a counter attack. Our MC realizes he needs to use his Thunder Wave to increase his agility. His system then activates Mimesis to analyze the metallization skill. He gets up and realizes he needs to take this fight seriously to win. His plan is to dodge the attacks and aim for the fleshy parts of the enemy. With a burst of speed, our hero charges at the brute with everything he's got. Takeru calls him a weakling and says he has neither power nor speed. Our guy then decides to use Thunder Wave to get even faster. He unleashes his lightning, and Takeru is startled by the lightning element. Then, a flurry of electric punches hits the enemy, and the analysis bar shoots up. The crowd doesn't understand how he's using skills from another class, and is amazed by his speed. Takeru gets desperate as he can't defend himself and fears he's going to lose the fight. He yells for help from his goons, but they don't do anything. With no other choice, the brute decides to use his most powerful technique. With a roar of fury, he unleashes all his energy to transform. His entire body turns to metal, and he thanks our hero for forcing him to evolve. He brags that his defense is now over 500 points, and he's even stronger. With a wicked look, he promises a quick and painless match as a thank you. The crowd loses hope, thinking this defense is impenetrable. But our MC theorizes that the transformation drains a lot of mana. Takeru is shocked by the level 0 newbie's sharp intuition. The analysis hits 100%, and the boy says he'll end this in an instant. Suddenly, the blue lotus flower appears, and Choa knows he's gotten stronger. People wonder how he's going to win with a skill that doesn't seem like an attack. He learns Piercing Orb, which ignores defense but is very slow. With a determined look, our hero says he's going to crush the brute's defense. His stats increase, and he fully heals upon acquiring the Piercing Orb. Then he creates the orb and challenges as Takaro to try and dodge the attack. The crowd is shocked that a level 0 skill is breaking through a level 12's defense. The small purple sphere then begins to float slowly through the air. It passes through the crowd at low speed, heading toward the enemy. The people find the attack underwhelming and mock the size of the little ball. Takeru also laughs and says such a weak attack won't even tickle him. He stands there, all confident, thinking this is the kid's trump card. Suddenly, the sphere hits him right in the chest without him even really noticing. The brute is startled to see his metal defense has been easily pierced. With a scream of pain, he watches the sphere pass through his body and come out the other side. Our hero says he only hit his arm because he's human. Otherwise, it would have been over. He then tells the goons to take the big guy to the hospital and get out of there. With a serious look, the boy repeats for them to get lost, once and for all. With no choice, the guys in suits grab their boss and carry him away. With victory secured, the crowd cheers, and Choa is super proud. The guys who got beat up earlier invite our hero to form a party. They discuss it, as the beasts in there have a defense as high as Takaru's. Our guy understands that the stage is perfect, for making his new skill faster. The guys are confused and ask which option he's going to choose. With a serious look, our hero says he'd rather go into the stage alone. They think he's getting cocky just because he beat Tikaru's brute. Disappointed, the guy says he'll look for another group since he's not good enough. Choa worries about his mana, but our MC tells her not to worry. She gets all embarrassed and says she only asked so she wouldn't get an earful from her dad. Before leaving, Choa warns that the stone beasts travel in large groups. Our guy then enters the stage, and his entry is approved by the system. He's surprised because the number of monsters is much larger than he expected. Inside the stage, a horde of stone golems awaits him for battle. The screen shows the statues are level 9 and convert all their mana into defense. Our hero then prepares his piercing orb to test the skill's passive. He activates the ability, and a purple energy sphere appears in his hand. The sphere moves forward and hits one of the stone golems right in front of him. The monster is defeated, and the system informs him that the sphere's speed has increased. With a smile, he says he knew it, because the skill's passive effect worked. He's surrounded by more stone creatures, but doesn't seem worried in the slightest. With his lightning active, he says that slow targets are perfect for his new sphere. Our hero then defeats 2 more monsters, and his mana starts to get low. Only 3 enemies are left, and the stage boss still hasn't shown up. Our hero prepares to use his piercing orb and take out 2 at once. He then launches the attack with the rest of his mana, and the sphere flies quickly. Next, the boy takes advantage of the distraction to throw himself on the ground on purpose. With a wicked smile, he yells for the monsters to eat his attack. The purple energy hits one of the golems dead on and passes through its body. The system confirms that both were defeated, and the sphere's speed increases. Our MC falls to the ground, exhausted, as his mana is completely drained. He recovers and calculates that his sphere now travels at 5 meters per second. The screen shows that the skill's speed can increase by up to 500%, but suddenly, the ground trembles, and a giant foot stomps the earth in front of him. The impact kicks up a cloud of dust, and the boy is instantly on alert. Then the stage boss emerges and activates its gigantification skill. Its stats are level 15 with a total of 777 points. Our hero is shocked by its size and uses his lightning to increase his agility. He runs up the giant's body and wonders if his sphere can pierce it. With a plan in mind, he decides he's going to aim for the monster's head. Then our guy leaps toward the golem's face and finds an opening, but he realizes the sphere is too small and might not do much damage. The giant then turns its head and prepares to attack our hero in mid-air. With no way to dodge, the boy sees that the situation has gotten pretty ugly for him. At the last second, our hero uses his black wall to defend against the attack. The impact throws him to the ground with full force, and he feels the giant's strength. Even while taking a beating, he realizes the monster is tougher than he expected. His system activates and begins analyzing the enemy's gigantification skill. Elsewhere, a henchman answers his phone and is shocked by the news. Reiji Kinoshita gets annoyed by the noise and tells the guy to be quiet. The henchman apologizes, and Reiji asks what all the fuss is about. He then reports that someone defeated Tikaru and forced their way into the stage. Reiji is furious because his lackey is always bragging about his impenetrable defense. His henchman says no one above level 30 would have time to go there. He also thinks it's impossible for a level 10 rookie to defeat the brute. But Reiji cuts him off and says they're going there to handle the situation. With a furious look, he tells the henchman to get a move on and not to make him repeat himself. The guy obeys instantly, and Reiji gets ready to go and teach them a lesson. He puts on his coat and swears he'll make the intruders regret messing with him. Back to the fight, the analysis reaches 100%, and the boy is relieved. The blue lotus flower appears on the giant's head and shines brightly. The analysis of gigantification finishes, but he doesn't gain a new skill. Instead, his piercing orb levels up and gains new effects. Now he can increase the sphere's size, and the speed buff has been doubled. With a smile, our hero says it's time to test out his new ability. His stats increase by another 20 points, and he fully heals again. He then uses all his mana to create the strongest piercing orb he can manage. The The sphere's energy comes crashing down and hits the giant right in the middle of its head. The attack is so powerful it goes through the entire monster and opens a hole in the ground. With his mana at 0, he jokes, wondering if he went a little overboard. The system informs him that the golem has been defeated and the sphere's speed has doubled. He calculates that if he clears the stage 2 more times, his skill will be as fast as a car. Our hero then realizes that the passive effects of his skills are pretty useful, because the Lotus explosion increases the range of all his other abilities. With this, he dreams of one day being able to attack enemies from miles away. Outside, the screen shows the challenge was completed in 3 minutes. The crowd is shocked because a group of 5 would take over 10 minutes. They wonder how he's still level 0, and if the announcement was a mistake. Choa is impressed that he cleared the stage unscathed and broke the record again. She congratulates him on his speed, and he says it was easy since he could ignore the defense. A jade butterfly lands on his finger, and he asks what it is. Choa reveals that her job is a Shikigami user, and the butterfly is hers. Our hero is enchanted by the Shikigami's beauty, as it's the first time he's seen one. He then takes the opportunity to ask what other types of jobs exist. Chohao explains that jobs are divided into 4 main categories. The first are elementalists, who manipulate one of the 7 elements of nature. The bully from school was one of them, with the power of the lightning element. And Takaru, whom he just defeated, was a metal-type elementalist. The second type are Shikigami users, who summon creatures to fight for them. Choa says her Shikigami has been with her since she was born as an Awakener. She then asks if he has any questions about the first 2 classes. Our hero notices that her Shikigami is level 15, and she's only level 6. Choa gets embarrassed by the comment and wonders if he has no sense of subtlety. She explains that Shikimis also absorb experience and level up. With a dark look, he concludes that it's easier to target the human in a fight. Choha gets scared by the negative aura coming from him and wonders what's wrong. Our guy then asks her to continue, since she's only introduced 2 classes. The third class is the most mysterious, as there's very little information about it. Choa reveals that this is our hero's class, the Order Breaker, and the reason for the mystery is that each one of them has completely different abilities. There are Breakers who can control their body size and even create infinite clones. On top of that, the skills of this class are Z rank, above the S rank of the others. Because of these exclusive skills, if an enemy discovers the ability, the weapon is lost. Choa then says that he is in irregular existence, even among the Breakers. Our hero then says the professor isn't here, so there's no problem talking. He asks about the last class, and Choa builds up the suspense before answering. With a smile, she says this is punishment for him not telling her anything about himself. He accepts it, and she changes the subject, saying the student he saved is fine. She asks what he's going to do now, and the boy says he wants to clear more stages. Choha warns him that stages have a cooldown time of at least 2 days. He's surprised and understands why that Kinoshita guy can monopolize the stages. Our MC then asks if there's a stage with lots of monsters for leveling up. With a mischievous smile, she says she knows the perfect place for him. She takes him to the Locust Desert, a place with over 1,000 monsters. Choha warns him that without an area of effect skill, it'll be tough, but he accepts the challenge. He remembers that he hasn't used Lotus Explosion in front of her yet. Despite the warning, she's surprised by his confidence and lets him go. The people there think he's got a death wish and decide to leave. A while later, Raiji arrives at the location but doesn't find anyone there. His henchman says the target has already left and cleared the stage in 30 minutes. Raiji is furious because he feels like an idiot for being tricked. He then orders his henchman to call the hunting dog to track the mana. Filled with immense hatred, he vows to capture him alive to make him suffer. In an alley, the young man who got beat up before is hiding and regrets accepting the mission. The young man hides in the alley, thinking he managed to escape and is safe. But suddenly, a giant wolf with red eyes appears and attacks him. The creature bites down hard and lifts him into the air, with no chance to defend himself. The hunting dog appears and says, "It looks like the young man has something to say." The poor guy wonders how he was found, and the hunter answers with a smile. He says his wolf named Death, has a great sense of smell for finding its prey. The hunting dog introduces himself as Charles and reveals that his wolf can sense death. The young man begs for his life and cries desperately, asking not to be killed. But Charles says he can't, because Kinoshita would be mad at him. With a sinister look, he says that Death hasn't eaten human flesh in a long time. Then he tells his wolf to enjoy the meal, and the beast lunges at him. After it's all over, Charles congratulates his wolf for finally leveling up. The screen shows his Shikigami is now level 16 with new abilities. He receives a call and reports that the job is done, and the target has been erased. Charles then finds out that the new prey is on its way to the Locust Desert. He calls his wolf and says a new hunt is about to begin. Meanwhile, our hero arrives at the stage and wonders if this is the right place. He sees wheat fields everywhere and doubts there are that many locusts there. Cho explains that the beasts choose environments they like to invade. She also warns that the stage is so dangerous there isn't even a receptionist. Our hero finds it strange, as level 13 is lower than the previous stage. Choha explains that the difference is that the locusts here are super aggressive. One slip up, and the awakened is surrounded by an infinite swarm of insects. And in the end, the person becomes locust food, with only a skeleton left to tell the tale. With a smile, our guy says a place full of monsters was exactly what he wanted. He assures her he's not desperate to become insect food anytime soon. Choa sees his confidence and watches him enter the stage portal alone. She thinks that if he doesn't make it, it's not her fault since she told him everything she knew. But suddenly, the woman remembers she forgot to warn him about the infinite respawn. Desperate, she decides to enter the stage to warn him before it's too late. However, when she turns around, the hunting dog and his wolf appear in front of her. With a sinister smile, Charles says he's looking for someone there. Inside the stage, our hero complains about the mess and gets ready to fight. He calls out to the pests and says, "It's time to start the extermination." A scarecrow in the middle of the field attracts a swarm of giant locusts. The screen shows they are level 1 and 2 but meet the requirements. RMC sees the absurd number of insects flying in his direction, but for him, this is perfect, as it will make his job much easier. So he creates a fire lotus and prepares to use his area of effect skill. With his ice armor on, he waits for the insects to get close before attacking. With a shout, our hero activates his lotus explosion and unleashes the energy. A massive explosion sweeps across the field, defeating hundreds of locusts at once. He just stands there as the insects turn to dust, and the system confirms the kills. His skill now has a range of 10.5 meters and has already accumulated 110%. He calculates that if he defeats 100 per shot, he can increase his range by 1,000%. With his man almost full, he laments the cooldown time of the previous stage. Suddenly, he realizes the challenge success notification hasn't appeared. His system activates and begins analyzing a new skill called Matriarch's Will. Our MC wonders if there are any survivors left after the explosion. Then a new swarm of locusts emerges from the ground and charges toward him. He scolds himself for thinking there wouldn't be a boss in the stage. Luckily, he can increase the skill's range, but he doesn't know where the boss is. With no other choice, he decides to keep eliminating the small fry until the big boss shows up. With another explosion, he defeats another wave of insects and increases his bonus. His skill now has a diameter of 16 meters, and he's impressed with the effect. But even after so many swarms, the stage boss still hasn't made an appearance. Suddenly, he sees several locust eggs hatching underground, and right after, a new swarm of insects erupts from the earth to attack. The analysis of the new skill is at 27%, and he continues to fight. As his mana depletes, he calculates that he only has 9 more explosions left. With his ice armor, our hero says it doesn't matter how many times they come back. He swears he will exterminate every last locust that dares to appear. Then he unleashes another lotus explosion and defeats another swarm of insects. Several notifications pop up on the screen, confirming the monster eliminations. He keeps attacking, and the multiplier on his area of effect skill increases more and more. His lotus explosion now has a diameter of 54.5 meters. He's already defeated 9 waves of insects, but only has enough mana for one more attack. Even so, the locusts keep coming and seem to be endless. He gets frustrated because the stage boss still hasn't shown up for the fight. Our hero thinks about retreating but gives up on the idea, as that would be a loser's mentality. With a determined look, he says no matter how many come, he will finish them all. Then he launches his final lotus explosion and uses the rest of his mana. Exhausted, he kneels on the ground and realizes his energy is at its end. But to his surprise, the number of locusts hasn't decreased one bit. The skill analysis is at 91%, and he notices a pattern. Suddenly, he understands that the boss's ability is infinite procreation. The screen then shows the locust queen, who can lay eggs in massive quantities. He knows that if he doesn't kill the source, he'll be fighting forever until he drops. The analysis finally reaches 100%, and a blue sphere of energy appears. He learns the skill Mana Sense, which allows him to feel the flow of energy. With the new skill, he realizes his detection range exceeds 1,000 meters. With a smile, he says the passive is perfect for farming in this stage, but he decides to finish up quickly, as he doesn't want to keep Choha waiting for too long. His stats increase by another 10 points, and he fully recovers. The screen shows his total attributes are now at 1,120 points. Then he uses his Mana Sense to locate the stage boss. With the ability active, he finally finds the hidden Locust Queen. With his eyes glowing, he says he's found her and prepares to attack. He launches his piercing orb towards the queen with a confident smile. The purple sphere flies at high speed, and he yells that hiding is useless. With the Lotus passive, his sphere can now reach the target from 120 meters away. The attack hits the Locust Queen dead on, piercing her with no chance of defense. The monster tries to fight back, but our hero appears in front of it with his lightning. With a victorious smile, he says it's checkmate and prepares the final blow. He uses his ice blade and cuts the queen in half with a single strike. With the queen defeated, the locust swarm descends into total chaos. Our hero then says not to worry, because they're about to join their mommy. With his flames, he prepares to exterminate the rest of the swarm once and for all. His lotus explosion now has a radius of 65.5 meters. The screen shows that the range of his piercing orb has also increased to 131 meters. With a smile, our hero says the harvest was great, and he can't wait to come back. The screen then shows he broke the record with 17 minutes and 7 seconds. He thinks Chohao must be super worried, and that he's going to get an earful from her. Even so, he finds her serious side cute and steps out of the portal to apologize. But suddenly, his eye turns red, and he senses that something is very wrong. Outside, the hunting dog is holding Choa hostage by the neck. Charles says if she survived alone, then she must be the person Reiji is looking for. Our hero is furious and tells the hunter to get his filthy hands off her right now. The villain then laughs and calls him an arrogant rookie for being just a level 0. With his lightning active, our MC charges at the enemy with everything he's got. Charles is startled by his speed and feels death approaching. But the wolf, Death, jumps in front and takes the lightning punch for its master. The system activates and begins analyzing the B-rank Shikigami Death Hound. Our guy understands that the guy in the hat is a Shikigami user like Choha. The analysis climbs to 12%, and Charles praises our hero's moves. He understands why Takeru lost but brags about having death and a hostage. Our hero yells Choha's name and stops his attack so he doesn't accidentally hurt her. The wolf takes the chance and lunges at our MC. Charles brags that his wolf's bite can crush any defense. He's then surprised because our hero doesn't defend himself and instead faces the beast. Our hero then uses his piercing orb and throws it right into the wolf's mouth. The purple energy blows the creature's head clean off in a brutal scene. The analysis shoots up to 77%, and the wolf falls to the ground, defeated. Charles is shocked and wonders if the newbie doesn't know the basics about Shikigamas. He then brags that his wolf, Death, has a respawn skill and is already coming back. With a wicked smile, he orders the creature to devour the boy at once. Our MC then activates his Mana Sense to predict the attacks. He dodges the wolf's bite, and the analysis continues to climb rapidly. His plan is to finish the copy without the blue lotus appearing and revealing his gift. Charles gets tense because he's fast and has a powerful detection skill. Unable to land a hit, the villain threatens Choha to make him stop fighting. Our guy gets worried because he needs time for the analysis to reach 100%. Finally, the copy is complete, and he learns the skill Shikigami Devourer. It allows him to control B, rank or lower Shikigamis just by touching them. His stats increase by another 20 points, but the healing effect fails. However, he doesn't care, since he had already recovered from the previous challenge. The new ability allows him to steal the Shikigamis of other users. With a smile on his face, he gets ready to take the enemy's dog. With a blue aura, he dashes forward and places his hand on the wolf death's head. Then he kicks it away, and the Shikigami begins to glow intensely. Charles gets mad at his useless wolf and complains about all the XP he spent on it. Then he threatens Choa again and says he'll break her neck if he resists. But the injured girl tells our hero not to worry about her. So our guy raises his hands in surrender and yells for him not to touch her. With a mocking smile, Charles says she wouldn't have gotten hurt if he had just obeyed. Our MC then asks why he's the target, as he doesn't remember having any beef. The hunter reveals he was sent by Reiji Kinoshita to capture him without permission. Our hero understands he needs to have a little chat with this Reiji guy. Charles then threatens him and tells his wolf to rip the boy's legs off without mercy. Without a second thought, the villain orders his dog Death to attack with all its might. He yells for the wolf to prove it's worthy of being his Shikigami once and for all. However, the dog Death now bears the lotus mark and bites its former master hard. With his speed, our hero seizes the chance and rescues Choha, carrying her in his arms. Charles screams in pain and doesn't understand why his own Shikigami attacked him. Our MC then calls the wolf a good boy, and it stands by his side. Holding the girl, he swears he'll make the villain pay 100 times over for her pain. Terrified, Charles begs and says he was just following orders and even offers to help. With his eyes red with hatred, our hero says that's a great offer, but he points out that the hunter's guard is completely down right now. Then a giant pillar of ice erupts from the ground and hits the villain with full force. With a cold look, our hero says he had his chance, and now it's over. But he warns that taking down Reiji is a job for him alone, not for his new wolf. Terrified, Charles cries and begs for one more chance, saying his hand slipped. Ignoring the crying, the dog Death lunges forward with its red eyes full of pure fury. The hunter panics and tries to remind the wolf that he was its former master. Without hesitation, the creature opens its mouth and prepares to devour its old owner. While the wolf takes care of business, our hero asks someone if the show was good. He then questions how long the person is going to stay hidden over there. And on a bridge a short distance away, a mysterious figure was watching everything from the sidelines. Suddenly, a mysterious guy shows up and says he's finally found them. Our hero holds Choa close and asks if he's friends with the guy the wolf had for lunch. The guy panics, insisting he's not an enemy and just wants him to listen. Itsuki couldn't care less and tells his wolf, Grim, to follow him after it finishes its meal. Iberi is shocked that even a rabid dog obeys him and sees a chance for help. So, he introduces himself as Iberia and recognizes him as the guy who beat Takeru. He then offers help with creation stones and even weapons. But our boy just ignores him and keeps walking with the injured girl in his arms. Iberia is confused, thinking anyone would jump at a reward like that. He then remembers his old man saying that rewards need to be useful, like medicine for the wounded or a blade for someone seeking revenge. Suddenly, it clicks, and with a smile, he finally knows what to do. He runs up, warning that if our boy keeps walking so slowly, the girl isn't going to make it. Iberia reveals that, luckily, he has a healing item and can save her right now. Our protagonist stops and stares at him, surprised, asking if it's for real. He assures him the healing is an instant, but will definitely save her life. Itsuki then lays her on the ground, and the guy starts wrapping her wound with the item. Our hero asks if that thing is an artifact, and Iberia realizes he's a total newbie. He explains that modern weapons are useless junk against the disaster beasts. That's why artisans create artifacts, which are divided into 4 categories. Common artifacts are like basic weapons, but they can hurt beasts and the awakened. Rare and epic ones boost your stats and can even have special effects. And finally, there are unique artifacts, which are the pinnacle, with incredibly powerful abilities. Iberia explains that artisans are rare, so they're highly respected by everyone. Our hero deduces that his father must be an artisan, but Iberia starts bragging. Apparently, his old man made 3 of the 10 unique artifacts that exist across the 5 continents. Because of that, his dad is known as the King Artisan of the North. But Iberia gets annoyed because our boy doesn't seem to care about the story at all. Our protagonist was actually analyzing the crossbow the hound left behind. With the weapon in hand, he thinks about how he can use it to save his mana. Iberia then says the weapon is a rare artifact, and that it generates its own ammo. Suddenly, the crossbow vanishes, and he explains that artifacts can be stored in subspace. Our hero thanks him for the healing, and says he now needs to find Raji Kinashida. The guy is startled, since going against Reiji in District 4 is a seriously gutsy move. He then reveals they both have the same target, and our boy asks why. Iberia invites him to team up for the Saviors Tournament. Itsuki wonders what the tournament has to do with this Reiji guy. Turns out, the qualifiers will be held in District 4, which is Reiji's territory, and as the boss's son, he wants to qualify so he doesn't embarrass his family. That's why he's monopolizing the stages, and our hero asks why he should team up with him. With a serious look, Iberia begins to explain why he's in such a hurry. He says that ever since he was a kid, he watched his father forge incredible artifacts. Because of that, his dream was to become an awakened and fight with his dad's creations. And when he awakened a month ago, he asked for an artifact, but his father said no. After a ton of begging, his old man gave him a condition past the qualifiers. With a determined look, he shouts that he's going to pass the tournament no matter what. Our hero then says that with such a famous dad, he shouldn't need a level 0, but his old man forbade him from using his name to get help from powerful people. On top of that, Reiji has already bought out almost all the good participants for his team. So, he heard about the newbie who beat Takaru and tracked him down to here. Our protagonist agrees to the partnership, but says he needs to get Choa to a hospital. Iberia gets super excited and starts thinking of a name for their new duo. Our hero thinks he's a real pain in the neck, since he talks even more than his friend Riku. Meanwhile, Riku and Sayo are training somewhere else. The guy sneezes and figures someone must be talking about him right then. Sayo then asks how long it's been since the attack, and if he's doing okay. Her friend teases her for being so worried about our hero and not visiting him. With a red face, Sayo gets mad and attacks Riku with her water ability. He accuses her of a low blow, but the girl says it was his own fault for letting his guard down. Suddenly, their master appears and tells them to stop messing around because the tournament is approaching. Sayo is excited to fight other awakened, and Riku wants to check out District 4. Elsewhere, a henchman opens a briefcase filled with creation stones. Raiji Kinashida picks one up and finds it odd that the hound is late. Angrily, he uses the stone to gain XP and calls it useless junk. Then he tells them to forget about the hound, because the qualifiers are the priority. His goon reports that they've already recruited 887 participants. With a satisfied smile, Reiji says he's the only reliable guy he has. He then uses the last stone and finally manages to level up. Now at level 12, he gets ready to crush all these peasants. Outside a hospital, our hero stands before a mysterious figure. Our boy apologizes, saying it was his fault Choa got hurt like that. The figure then asks if he wants him to take care of the one responsible for everything. But with a determined look, our hero says that Reiji is his problem to deal with. The mysterious man agrees, and asks him to fill him in on the details later. Iberia understands why our boy wasn't impressed by his father. The commander is his master. Later, our hero tells Choha that he's entering the tournament with Iberia. The girl says she's already recovered, thanks to her butterfly and the rare artifact. The mysterious man then recognizes the bandage and deduces that Iberia is Aiden's son. The guy is shocked that he knows about artifacts, and even his father. With a confident smile, he gets flustered and says, that he's actually Aiden's father. The mysterious man tells him he's got it all backward, and Iberia's jaw drops, completely embarrassed. He corrects himself and says that Aiden is, in fact, his father. The man thanks him for saving his daughter and says he'll visit him later. He then tells the two of them to get ready because he and Choha are going to watch the tournament. Excited, the boys say their goodbyes and promise they'll pass the qualifiers. Choha then comments that her father really seems to like our hero. Mendo reveals that because of his trauma, the boy has a strong self-destructive streak. But that impulse gets weaker when he has someone nearby to protect. That's why the commander placed his own daughter by our protagonist's side. Her mission is to become the person he wants to protect, and also his weakness. He then reveals that the attack at the school wasn't an accident, but was planned. The future of humanity is bleak, as the number of traitors is on the rise. However, he believes that our hero will definitely brighten that future, and that one day, he will become the true beacon of hope for everyone. The next day, the Saviors tournament finally kicks off in District 4. The crowd is blown away by the number of people, as the turnout suddenly doubled. Raiji is furious because Old Man Mendo's visit ruined all his plans. Riku and Sayo see Reiji's allies wearing red armbands and wonder if it's a new trend. A man named Soryu Fujiwara then takes the stage and starts explaining the rules. The arena is split into two areas, and each team starts at a different point. Fujiwara explains that the first phase is a race to the inner area. Everyone's bracelet will record their time and their placement in the rankings. Riku thinks the rule is pretty brutal, since thousands of people are going to be eliminated. Iberia then points to a big screen, and the announcer says they can bring 2 tools. Meanwhile, Raiji Kinoshita orders his goons to sabotage anyone who gets in front of him. Iberia comes up with a plan to get into the inner area and catch Reiji by surprise. But suddenly, the guy's jaw drops because our hero didn't hear a word. Our protagonist simply walked up to Reiji's group and stared them down. Without a care in the world, the announcer finally declares the start of the first stage. Fujiwara is happy to see so many young people, but he knows quantity isn't quality. A guy named Sho Heighten says that back in the day, there were people over level 15. But actually in his year it was just him and the famous Jin Taiwa who participated. Shu finds it all a bore without a rookie like Taiwa, and Fujiwara says geniuses are rare. Then he asks about Mendo's new student who defeated a skeleton. The commander, who was there in disguise, confirms that the rumor is true. Shu gets super excited to meet the new prodigy and asks where he is. Fujiwara then starts searching for the kid on his tablet to find out. He dismisses Riku because his metal gift is mediocre, and he's only level 10. Sayo isn't the one either, since she's a support elementalist. So he figures the student must be some girl named Hana Hanyu with an abnormal level of 16. Fujiwara finds it strange that Hana has the highest level, but Mendu doesn't seem to care. Shu then asks if any level 0s are participating, and he confirms that there is one. Meanwhile, Reiji and his goons are mocking our hero for being a level 0. With a cold gaze, our protagonist summons his crossbow and stares everyone down. Reiji then recognizes him and asks with a smirk who the heck he is. Our hero then says that the villain has been looking all over for him. Reiji can't believe that a piece of level 0 trash defeated his henchman, Takaro. So he orders his lackeys to grab the kid and make him regret it. Without wasting a second, Reiji unleashes his lightning and says he doesn't have time to waste. On the other side, Shoheitan sees the group and realizes the fight is going to be a blowout. He tells the goons to surrender, saying they might spare their lives. Iberia gets tense, because even if he takes one down, it's impossible to beat the rest. With no other choice, he decides to use his secret trump card to help with the fight. One of Reiji's goons approaches and mocks our hero for being a level 0. With a cold look, our protagonist simply tells the guy to get out of his way. The goon is shocked by the kid's audacity and starts laughing his head off. But Shu likes his personality and says he'll save him if he's about to kick the bucket. The goon then charges forward, saying he's going to crack his head open to see what's inside. Our hero just smirks and braces for the enemy's imminent attack. Then he lands a solid punch right in the goon's face, sending him flying. With a cold glare, our hero repeats himself, "Get out of his way." Shu is stunned. He just defeated an enemy 7 levels stronger with a single blow. The other goons can't believe it and think he just caught the guy off guard. One of them then uses his fire skill, vowing to turn the kid into charcoal. The fireball speeds forward, and Iberia panics because he doesn't have time to use his artifact. The crowd thinks it's overkill to use such a strong attack against a mere level 0. But suddenly, one of the goons notices that something is very wrong here. Our hero then uses his black ice wall and defends against the attack. Iberia is impressed. He managed to block the fiery explosion. With a serious look, our protagonist tells the guy to stay away from him. His system informs him that his defense increased by 10% and his stats went up. He wants to test if the skill's passive activates by blocking the same attack twice. The goon is shocked because he's not a water elementalist, so he shouldn't be using ice. Our hero then challenges him to attack again, promising he won't defend himself. The enemy accepts the challenge and prepares to use his strongest move. With all his mana, he launches an even bigger wave of fire toward the boy. Our protagonist sees the attack and realizes that even though it's stronger, it's still just fire. The goons think that with this much power, he could rival a level 8. With not a drop of mana left, the enemy says the game is over for good. Suddenly, he sees something strange and yells that it's just impossible. With a cold stare, our hero asks if the goon really thinks he can escape. Another enemy then attacks him from behind, holding him with all his strength. Our boy doesn't even flinch and just stares at him with his black ice armor. The brute gets angry and says that if speed is his thing, then strength is his. The screen shows that the defense bonus was only 3%, not 34%. Our hero then understands that the ice passive doesn't stack against the same target. The goon comes up with a plan to drain his mana and leave him without his ice defense. Meanwhile, our protagonist realizes that Thunder Wave has the same limitation. Without wasting time, the brute attacks with a barrage of fireballs. A huge explosion happens, kicking up a ton of dust and smoke everywhere. Raiji sees that his 2 lackeys have been defeated and tells everyone to run. With an aura of lightning, our hero wonders who this guy really is. He then attacks the brute with his ice arm and ends his suffering. The enemy can't believe his attack was blocked and notices the ice's weakness. Our protagonist then vanishes and reappears in front of him in the blink of an eye. Iberia watches from a distance and sees that all the goons have been knocked out. With his test complete, our hero says it's time to end this party. He then activates his black ice wall to absorb the fireballs. His system absorbs the lightning skills, and his stats increase once again. Raiji then joins another goon and uses the skill Silver Serpent. With a smile, Iberia says he thought the fight would be tough, but the kid is strong. A goon lying on the ground wonders who he is, because he sure doesn't seem like a level 0. Our protagonist then looks confused and asks why he said, "The two of us." Iberia boasts that together, they are the duo, Double I, the strongest in the north, but our hero drags him along and tells him they need to get after Kinoshita. The remaining goon can only think about how lame that team name is. Meanwhile, Raiji assumes the level 0 must have already been defeated by his men. However, he remembers that the crossbow the newbie was using was the same as the hound's. Then one of his runners, who thinks he's all that for being fast, overtakes an opponent. The guy brags about his speed, but suddenly, something hits him hard. He falls to the ground and wonders who in the world managed to hit him at top speed. Then Raiji appears and finishes him off with a lightning attack without any mercy. The villain says that's what happens when someone runs ahead of him. He then tells his goons to regroup for the second stage. From the VIP box, a woman with glasses wonders about the arrogance of Genkai's son. Mendu says he can't do anything, as it's not against the tournament rules. Raiji takes advantage of this, using his allies to clear the path and save his stamina. With their help, he can easily pass to the second phase. Arriving at the inner area, he boasts about how surprisingly easy it all was. But suddenly, a blue bolt of lightning flashes, and someone screams his name with fury. Raiji jumps at the voice that shouted his name in the middle of the arena. He then asks who dared to call him, and his lackeys point to the newbie. The crowd parts, and our hero and Iberia walk toward them. The goons confirm that it's the same kid they fought before. Raiji can't believe they beat his men, and thinks they must have been bribed. With a look of contempt, he asks how far this level, Zero Trash, is going to follow him. Our boy says he's not going anywhere until they settle things, but Reiji says he's busy and will leave some guys to keep them company. Then, the villain orders his army of goons to attack the duo with everything they've got. The lackeys get ready to teach the rude kid some manners. Iberia is terrified when he sees there are at least 100 enemies in front of him. However, our protagonist calmly just asks him to cover his ears. Suddenly, a massive wave of lightning erupts from our hero, hitting everyone. Reiji just watches the scene with a serious look, showing no reaction. The electric attack is so powerful it sends all the goons flying. Both Reiji and Iberia are completely stunned by the power of that ability. Our boy then says his last words weren't properly understood. With a cold stare, he repeats that Reiji isn't going anywhere until they settle their score. Meanwhile, Riku and Sayo arrive in the inner area, taking 4th and 5th place. The guy is shocked because even though they were fast, others were even better. Ahead of them are Garuo in 3rd and Shianagami in 2nd place. But the 1st place finisher is Hana Hanyu, a level 16 girl. Sayo and Riku start worrying about Itsuki, but suddenly they see someone flying through the air. The pink-haired girl's jaw drops at the unexpected sight. Right after, Iberia crashes hard onto the ground, landing in 6th place. All busted up on the floor, all he can do is scream our hero's name. His friends hear the scream and wonder if they really heard Itsuki's name. Riku then recognizes his friend's silhouette and says there's no doubt about it. With a serious look, our boy stares down Reiji and says he's not going anywhere. From the VIP box, Fujiwara wonders why the rookie is so obsessed with Reiji. Mendu then asks Heitan to help the boy out if he runs into trouble. Heitan is impressed by the speed and wonders if he could ever be that fast. One of Reiji's goons gets ticked off and tells our hero to get ready. He says this isn't a battle, but the execution of our main character. In other words, it's a 100 against 1 beatdown to take the kid out. Our hero then reveals that his revenge is the top priority right now. Reiji flies into a rage, and with his red eyes, he orders everyone to attack. Then all the henchmen charge towards our hero at once. One of the goons rushes forward with his fire punch, swearing our hero's head is his. But our boy catches the flaming fist with his bare hand, leaving the enemy in shock. He then throws him over his shoulder with incredible strength. The goon lands headfirst on the ground and is defeated in a single move. The others are terrified, wondering how he lost to a level 0. With a calm expression, our hero accepts the challenge and the system activates. He then says it's time to end this nonsense and activates his lotus. A massive fire explosion consumes all the henchmen at once. The wave of flames sweeps across the arena, sending everyone flying. His friends are stunned, wondering if that was really Itsuki's skill. The other competitors are also shocked by the power of the explosion. Even the 1st place finisher Hana Hanyu watches the scene in silence. In the VIP box, Fujiwara can't believe a level 0 did that and used skills from another class. Choa now understands his confidence back in the desert. He had an area of effect skill. Our hero then reveals he only used 30% of his power, so he wouldn't wipe anyone out. He stands amidst the smoke with all the fallen henchmen around him. With his eyes glowing blue, he glares at Reiji and says, "Now, it's just you." Reiji is terrified, unable to believe he defeated over 100 people. Our protagonist then says he's going to return all the pain his friend felt. Reiji gets furious and unleashes his power, saying they're on completely different levels. With a shout, Reiji launches his thunder cannon, and our hero's system begins to analyze it. But our boy easily dodges and lands a blow on the villain's back. Reiji is shocked by his speed and realizes there's no way he can win this fight. Desperate, he screams for his bodyguard, some guy named 40, to save him. The behemoth then gets ready to break the rules and help his boss. With a smirk, the villain says the kid is about to be turned into mincemeat, since 40 is level 35. In the VIP box, Mendu tells Heitan to go, and the young man obeys instantly. Our hero uses his senses and detects someone approaching at high speed, and it's not just one person, as another guy shows up for the brawl. The big guy then lands with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. With a focused gaze, our boy observes the new enemies who have arrived. Heighten then grabs Raiji's goon and tells our hero to continue what he was doing. With a look of pure hatred, our protagonist says the villain's lifeline has just run out. Terrified, Raiji tries to use his family's name to intimidate the kid, but with a furious roar, he gets slammed to the ground and is knocked out cold. With the villain defeated, our hero says that was for Ajaha. From the VIP box, a girl with glasses blushes at the boy's victory. Fujiwara finds it odd and asks why she's looking in that direction. Our protagonist then purposely pauses the analysis at 99%. On the other side of the arena, Sayo shouts her friend's name upon seeing him victorious. Our hero then hears a familiar voice and turns around, surprised to see who it is. He sees his friends Sayo and Riku running towards him for a reunion. The pink-haired girl calls for him to come inside and get out of the falling rain. With tears in her eyes, she worries that he might catch a cold. The system then announces that he placed 7th in the first phase. Iberia and Riku arrive and hug the boy, relieved that he's okay. But Riku gets annoyed with Iberia and glares at him with lightning in his eyes. With a smile, Iberia introduces himself as our hero's new partner. The friend with glasses calls him a traitor, and Sayo finds it strange that Itsuki is making friends. Iberia brags about being his partner, but Riku asks for the doe's name. Riku then says they have a team name, and Iberia challenges him to say it. With great pride, he reveals the name is Duo I, but Itsuki tells him to stop. The friend with glasses laughs in his face and says the team name is pretty lame. From the stage, Fujiwara announces that the first 500 have passed, and the rest are eliminated. He explains that in the second phase, everyone will fight alone for 1 hour. Iberia is terrified at the thought of fighting the beasts by himself. In the VIP box, Heighten is excited for the second phase and wants to see what they've got. The screen shows the top 7 finishers from the first phase of the tournament. Next, the gigantic arena for the second phase is revealed to everyone. The group then gets ready and walks towards the entrance of the new challenge. Riku comments that the place is a bit creepy and asks if his friend's level is really 0. The friend with glasses then asks how he gets stronger without leveling up, and our hero just smiles. Sayo gets annoyed and tells the boys not to pay him any mind. Suddenly, the tournament judges appear, and Fujiwara asks if everyone is ready. Iberia's jaw drops as he recognizes the people who just arrived. The crowd recognizes legends like Fujiwara and the veteran Heighten. Fujiwara then begins to explain the rules for the second stage of the tournament. He reveals that points vary depending on the difficulty of the monsters, and after each victory they get a 1-minute rest before the next round. The brute Gakuwo, full of himself, says he's going straight for the nightmare class. Our hero then raises his hand because he has a question about the test. The crowd around him scoffs, thinking the kid is going to back out of the fight. Fujiwara then allows the question and tells the boy to say what's on his mind. Our protagonist then asks if the nightmare class is the maximum difficulty. With a smile on his face, Heighten finds the rookie's question quite interesting. The crowd continues to mock him, doubting he could even beat the beginner mode. Fujiwara explains that, in theory, there's no difficulty limit for the beasts. Riku thinks it's pointless to even consider it, since the nightmare class is already so tough. Finally, he reveals that today's points will count towards the main tournament. The group gets excited by the news, and Iberia says he'll have to use his trump card. Our hero remembers Taiwajan's record of 115,000 points. Then the announcer tells everyone to enter the arena for the second phase. Alone in the area, he finds the place looks a lot like the other stages. Suddenly, a pack of level 1 rabid dogs appears to attack. He activates his black ice, wanting to finish off the creatures quickly. In the VIP box, Heighten questions Fujiwara for monitoring the kid again, but with a smile, Heighten says that our hero is much more interesting. Fujiwara gets annoyed with his excitement and says the show is about to begin. With a single blow, our protagonist defeats all the dogs in the arena. Fujiwara is shocked because it took him only 1 second to clear the stage. Heighten then boasts, saying he told him the kid was way cooler. The old man thinks the victory was easy because the next opponent is level 8. A giant fire salamander appears and stares him down with a hungry look. Heighten doesn't think a level 8 monster will be much of a threat to him. Fujiwara then changes the subject and asks to see the other participants. He says that most are still fighting the beginner monsters. The only one keeping the same pace as our hero is the girl, Hanahanyu. Suddenly, the girl with glasses screams in terror, drawing everyone's attention. Our protagonist is then engulfed by the giant salamander's flames. Heighten stops the old man from calling the medical team, as he has faith in the boy. With his black ice activated, our hero protects himself from the salamander's flames. He then uses his ice blade and easily slices the monster in half. The creature is split into 2 parts and falls defeated on the arena floor. The system then announces that it took him 5 seconds, and he earned 500 points. Fujiwara doesn't understand why he took the hit on purpose, and Heighten smiles. Our protagonist then reveals that he needs to use these chances to increase his stats. The screen shows that his defense is now at 434 points. He ignores the rest time and decides to test his defense on the next monster. Heighten comments that this difficulty tests speed and combat sense. Then an electric rhinoceros appears and Fujiwara calls it an Aleki rhino. If the creature's horn hits him, the Awakened would be pierced due to a lack of defense, or they would be paralyzed by the lightning for not having electrical resistance. The old man says that to win, one must use speed and attack when it's tired, but suddenly, he's shocked by our hero's unexpected move. Our protagonist simply walks up to the beast and touches its horn. With a smile, he says that horn is perfect for testing his defense. The rhinoceros gets angry and unleashes all its electrical energy for an attack. With a single blow, the creature sends our hero flying with its horn. Our boy is then launched high into the air by the force of the impact. From the VIP box, the girl with glasses screams his name, horrified by the scene. Heighten comments that the boy's actions are unpredictable, but always seem to work out. An explosion of ice occurs, protecting our hero from the rhinoceros's attack. The system informs him that his agility increased by 5% from the hit. With his eyes red, our hero says it's time to settle this. He then activates his thunder wave, and his agility increases by 50%. The rhinoceros gets angry and prepares to charge the boy once more. Our protagonist then dodges the blow and gets ready to counter-attack. With his ice blade, he defeats the beast and earns 1,000 points in 7 seconds. Heighten is impressed by his speed and thinks he didn't even use his full power. Mendu, who was there in disguise, reveals that the next monster is very dangerous. The creature has sharp claws that can tear enemies apart in the blink of an eye. On top of that, its giant mouth spews iron chains and swallows everything it sees. Its body is also covered in a very tough exoskeleton armor. With all these attributes, the monster is the strongest beast in the preliminaries. The level 15 predatory giant emerges and glares at our hero with hatred. Our protagonist then activates his piercing orb for the attack. The purple energy passes through the monster and the skill's speed increases by 200%. In the VIP box, the judge's jaws drop at the overwhelming victory. The screen then shows that the orb's speed has increased by 900%. In just 3 seconds, he earns 5,000 points and moves on to the next challenge. Elsewhere, a monster shoots a powerful stream of water from its mouth. Meanwhile, Sayo uses her water bullet to advance to the next class. The brute Gakyu also skips the rest period to be the first one to get there. As for the first place finisher, Hanahanyu, she prefers to recover her mana before continuing. Suddenly, the screen shows that the nightmare class was cleared in 21 seconds. Everyone is shocked and wonders who the guy was that managed such a feat. Our hero then says it's time to move on after his victory. In the VIP box, Fujiwara can't believe he defeated a level 15 giant. With a smile, Heighten tells them to increase the difficulty to see how far the kid can go. The second stage then begins with 2 predatory giants, and our hero is unfazed. The 2 immense creatures appear in the arena and charge forward with everything they've got. But our boy decides to take one of them out while they're still roaring. With his piercing orb, he defeats the first giant and increases its speed. Fujiwara is stunned and wonders if his skill has any limits at all. However, Heighten reveals that the ability does have a very fatal flaw. Suddenly, the second giant charges at the boy with absurd speed. Our protagonist is startled as the creature is faster than any other. Mendu explains that giants are often mistaken for being slow because of their size. Without wasting any time, our hero prepares another piecing orb for the attack. He then launches his skill just as the monster was getting close. Heighten explains that the giants don't use mana, but their other stats are better. The screen shows that the monster has a total of 940 stat points. The giant then dodges the purple orb, and our hero is surprised by its speed. Mendo realizes the orb is slow, and the boy used the beast's roar as an opening to attack. The monster then strikes with a powerful punch, and our protagonist dodges with a jump. The force of the blow is so great that it creates a massive crater in the arena floor. A rock explosion happens, kicking up a lot of dust and debris. Our hero then realizes the orb can be dodged at mid-range. Heighten says that if he uses the skill knowing it won't hit, it means he's out of tricks. With a smile, our protagonist says that since the beast is fast, he'll just get closer. He then activates his thunder wave and charges straight at the giant. With his speed, he easily dodges all of the monster's attacks. The giant is then surrounded by lightning and can't land a single hit. From the VIP box, the girl with glasses is stunned by the boy's agility. Fujiwara panics because the attack is much stronger than the rhino's. However, Mendu stops him from calling the rescue team and tells him to wait. Heighten agrees, saying the power is great, but it's useless if it doesn't hit. The giant's fist then stops just inches from the ground, missing its target. The creature kneels, defeated, and can no longer move to fight. With a smirk, the monster looks at our hero and beckons him to come closer. The giant then turns its head, surprised by our hero's audacity. With a jump, our protagonist lands the piercing orb right on the beast's head. With his lightning active, he prepares the final blow to end the fight. The purple energy then pierces through the monster's skull, finishing it for good. The system reports that the orb's speed increased by 1,300%. With the victory, he earns 10,000 points in just 12 seconds of fighting. In the VIP box, the girl with glasses shouts his name, thrilled with the victory. Fujiwara finds her excitement strange and says it's rare to see her so animated. All embarrassed, she makes up an excuse, saying she was just cheering. Mendu then gets a bit awkward at the scene and says she's become more talkative. Heighten then asks why the boy dodged the giant's attacks. He explains that our hero's normal speed is similar to the monster's, but when he activates his electricity, his speed increases dramatically, and with that, the giant's attacks can no longer hit him. Fujiwara says that even so, he's already secured first place with his points, but to surpass the strongest man, our hero can't stop here. With a determined look, he shouts that he can't stop, not even for a second. The third stage begins, and now there are 3 purgatory giants to face. With his purple orb, he defeats the first monster in a single shot. Heighten then smiles, because the boy chose to continue, and he expected nothing less. Fujiwara remembers that Heighten made it all the way to stage 4 in one go back in the day. The old man then wonders how our hero will fare, since Heighten's limit was stage 3. One of the giants then attacks with full force, and our hero prepares to dodge. With his speed, he dodges the punch, and the monster smashes the ground. He uses his thunder wave and closes in to attack the second giant. With his piercing orb, he defeats the second one and increases the speed. Our protagonist then says that for the third one, he'll use a different strategy. He then throws himself forward and is swallowed by the last giant in the arena. The monster clamps its mouth shut, thinking it has won. The creature then celebrates, thinking it has finally defeated its enemy. With his red eyes, our hero says he's going to tear it apart from the inside out. A massive fire explosion occurs, completely consuming the giant. The system reports that the skill's range increased by over 1,100%. With the victory, he earns 15,000 points in 13 seconds of fighting. From the VIP box, Fujiwara is shocked because the boy used the same skill from the first phase. The fiery explosion sweeps the arena, leaving nothing of the last giant. Our hero is then exhausted, as his mana has completely run out, but he knows his skill's passive will recover his energy quickly. The fourth stage begins, and now there are 4 giants for him to face at once. Heighten says that if he passes this stage, he will surpass even his younger self. Heighten is anxious and wants to see how far the kid can go in this fight. Our hero realizes that as the orb's speed increases, so does its accuracy. With a few more boosts, he'll be able to hit the creatures from a distance, but he knows his mana is limited, and he can't afford to miss a single shot. Suddenly, one of the giants spews chains from its mouth and traps him. Our protagonist is surrounded by the chains and can't move. He's surprised by the attack, as he didn't expect chains to come out of the beast's mouth. The giant then pulls him in and hits him with a powerful punch. The blow sends him flying into the arena wall with great force. Unable to move, he's caught by the monster and is in a bad spot. The giant then squeezes him with its claws, preparing for the final blow. Under the pressure, our hero's body begins to be crushed by the grip. The force is so great that the giant manages to punch a hole in the arena. Our protagonist then falls to the ground, all beaten up and with no strength left. Desperate, Fujiwara tells Heighten to help him before it's too late. Heighten wonders if this is the end of the line for our protagonist. He then remembers when he too was defeated in one of his fights. Without a second thought, he prepares to enter the arena and save him, but suddenly Mendu stops him, saying the boy hasn't given up yet. Fujiwara panics, because if they don't save him now, he's going to be a goner. Mendu says he can sense that the boy still has an ace up his sleeve. Fujiwara is confused, and the commander reveals that he knows this because of his eyes, because those are not the eyes of someone who has accepted their end. With a look of pure fury, our hero says there's no way he's going down here. He then remembers that during the fight with Rigi, he started analyzing his skill, but he stopped the analysis on purpose right at the very end, at 99%. The analysis finally reaches 100%, and he says he's been waiting for this moment. The girl with glasses sees the blue lotus and wonders what good it is now. Heighten finds her reaction odd and wonders if she already knew something. The new skill allows him to absorb lightning attacks and increase his agility by 100%. On top of that, the ability boosts his stats and fully recovers his health. A blue lotus flower appears and heals all of our protagonist's wounds. With a smile, he says the warm-up is over, and it's time to fight for real. Fujiwara is shocked because he recovered faster than a healer. With his new powers, he easily defeats the giants of the 4th stage. The screen shows that he completed the challenge and earned 20,000 points. Without wasting time, he defeats another giant with his piercing orb. Now his orb travels at 27 meters per second, and he moves on to the next. He then defeats the monsters of the 5th stage and earns 25,000 points. In the 6th stage, he defeats 6 more giants and earns another 30,000 points. In the VIP box, the judges are left speechless and completely exhausted by the fight. The arena has turned into a real hellscape, with a mountain of defeated giants. Our hero then lies on the ground and wonders why the monsters stopped coming. Fujiwara is in shock and says he never expected anything like this. With no other choice, he presses the emergency button to stop the challenge. With the microphone in hand, he informs our boy that the test is over. The old man then reveals that he defeated every single giant they had in stock. Atop the pile of monsters, Fujiwara shouts that he took out all the giants. Our hero is confused and asks how, since he thought there was no limit. Tired, he wonders how many points he scored and hopes to close the gap with Taiwajan. But he accomplished his goal of increasing the speed of his piercing orb. Now the skill travels at 38 meters per second. Faster than a car. With his blue aura still active, our protagonist stares at the empty arena. His eyes glow with power, but he seems to be thinking about something else. Suddenly, he remembers an important detail he had completely forgotten. Since he doesn't level up, the monster's experience turns into karma stones. In the VIP box, Heighten is shocked by the blue stone, and Mendu explains how it was formed. Heighten realizes the advantage of this, and Fujiwara is terrified by the boy's power. Relieved that he's human, our hero picks up the karma stone with a smile. With his objective complete, he says it's time to leave and heads for the door. The giant metal door then begins to open to the arena's exit. On the other side, Fujiwara tells the others that our protagonist is coming out. The screen shows his score of 106,000 points, securing first place. Fujiwara then praises him highly and offers him an instructor to train his potential. But our hero refuses, as he already has a master and the old man insists on the offer. Heighten then butts into the conversation and tells Fujiwara to stop bugging him. He also thanks him for taking care of the goons, and Heighten says he only punished those who broke the rules. Heighten then reveals that he is a student of Mendo Izumi, which is why he helped. Fujiwara's jaw drops, and our hero thanks Heighten for the help. With a smile, Heighten confirms the information, leaving the old man even more shocked. Our protagonist then turns and greets his master who was there. The girl with glasses congratulates him and offers to call Aja if he's injured. With a smile, he says he's fine and just needs some rest to recover. Fujiwara understands everything and remembers that Mendo's other student also cleared stage 2. Our hero then asks if Taiwa also reached stage 6 of the tournament. The old man explains that the second phase has only just truly begun for the others. In another arena, Riku finishes the hard class and gives up on nightmare mode. Sayo also uses her water sphere, but runs out of mana to continue the test. Our hero is surprised, but Fujiwara tells him not to judge the others. He then asks why they didn't leave, and the old man explains the rules. Heighten comments that other participants managed to reach nightmare mode. With his artifact, Gakuo manages to defeat a purgatory giant. Meanwhile, Shion Akagami and her Shikigami are attacked by a monster, but her creature begins to transform into its complete and terrifying form. With its red eyes, the beast turns into a giant werewolf and faces the enemy. Without any difficulty, the Shikigami defeats the monster with a single punch. Our hero asks if Aegea's butterfly does that, but the girl says it doesn't. Our hero realizes that Shikigamis are quite strong and remembers his own dog. Since his friends have left, he decides there's no reason for him to stay there anymore. But suddenly, he notices something strange happening in one of the arenas. It's Iberia, who has activated a red armor, and our boy thinks it was a gift from his father. With a smile, Iberia reveals that it's his father's strongest epic armor. The screen shows the stats of the dragon gear, which increases attack and agility every minute. He explains that the armor has a will of its own, and that he suffered a lot to get it, but the armor has a 15-minute limit, and he needs to end the fight quickly. His stats then increase by 120 points, and he goes on the attack. Iberia remembers the announcement and motivates himself not to disappoint his new partner. With the doe's name in his head, he charges at the monster with everything he's got. Our protagonist watches the scene and thinks his new friend looks pretty stylish. Suddenly, a voice announces that the second phase of the tournament is finally over. Fujiwara explains that only the top 10 advance, and the top 2 will win a prize. On the ground, Gakuo gets all cocky and already considers himself the owner of the reward. With a serious look, the old man prepares to announce the top 10 finishers. The screen then shows the final scoreboard, and our hero is in first place by a long shot. The others are shocked, as he scored over 100,000 points, all by himself. Gakuo can't believe he came in third and wonders who Itsuki Tenma is. Elsewhere, a green-haired girl also takes an interest in our hero. Sayo is shaken by the power difference between her and our protagonist. Meanwhile, it's revealed that our boy placed first in the entire country. The girl with glasses notices that her father is very happy with the test results. On the ground, Iberia celebrates, as he already knew his new partner would be the winner. But he's also proud for not having shamed the name of Duo I. Our hero then congratulates him and says he was surprised by his performance. With a goofy look on his face, Iberia is left speechless by his friend's compliment. And so, the preliminaries of the Alliance tournament finally come to an end. With the test over, our protagonist carries his past out friend on his back. Meanwhile, in District 1 of the Southern Continent, an old man meditates in a square. A soldier complains about having to stand there, but his friend tells him to shut up. The old man's name is Barger, and he's known for being a powerful prophet. The soldier then questions why he doesn't just tell them where the monoliths will fall. His friend explains that he only sees a fraction of the future, but is as respected as Mendo Izumi, because the success rate of his prophecies is 100%, without a single failure. Suddenly, the old man collapses and shouts that the northern continent is in danger. He reveals that a beast attack is going to happen, and one of them is level 100. At night in a flower garden, someone starts a conversation with our hero. The screen shows that his total stats have surpassed 1,500 points. This is an incredible feat, as the normal gain is 50 points per level. With this, our hero is compared to a level 30 Awakened. Additionally, his passive skills continuously increase his defense and agility, but his attack power is the only thing that he can't increase for now. Our protagonist is then caught off guard by a familiar voice. From outside, Riku calls him to eat, saying he made his favorite dishes. He decides to put the problem aside, as he might get an attack skill later. Then, everyone gathers at the table to enjoy the feast Riku has prepared. Our hero notices a friend's absence and asks where Iberia is. Aja explains that she healed him, but he was exhausted and is still sleeping. Riku is surprised that a level 7, like him, passed a phase that they couldn't. Suddenly, Sayo gets scared and points to something behind her friend. A sinister shadow with a red eye appears behind Riku without him noticing. In a spooky voice, the creature asks for food, making everyone tense, but it turns out it was just Iberia, who woke up and sat down at the table to eat. Riku gets annoyed because he scared him, and on top of that, is eating without asking. With his mouth full, Iberia just asks for more food with his empty bowl. The friend with glasses then gets really mad and asks if he wants to fight. Iberia then devours the food with a smile and says it's delicious. Riku then brags, saying he got his energy back thanks to his cooking. Iberia suggests he should become a chef, since he has more talent for that than for fighting. Suddenly, Mendu interrupts and says he wants to ask the group a question. He then asks everyone at the table what their greatest fear is. Riku says his dream is to be a savior so he can travel the world and eat well. Therefore, his greatest fear is growing old and no longer having the energy to travel. Just the idea of getting old and losing his sense of taste terrifies him. Mendu then turns to Sayo and asks what her fear is. She reveals she was born into a family of doctors and grew up in a hospital. Because of this, she saw many people suffering from illnesses from a young age. This experience became a trauma, and now she's afraid of even a common cold. Our hero then understands why she ran away when he sneezed the other day. The scene shows him sneezing and the girl running away, terrified of the situation. Mendu comforts her, saying that the awakened live twice as long and rarely get sick. Next, he turns to Iberia and asks what his fear is. He reveals that his biggest fear was not passing the tournament qualifiers, but now his fear is not being able to fight alongside his friend Itsuki. With a smile, he passes the question to our hero, who gets a little flustered. Everyone at the table stares at him, and Sayo says she can't imagine what he fears. Our hero then reveals that he was anxious about how he would survive on his own. He explains that anger and sadness overwhelmed him when he was alone in the dark. In his flashback, he was crying until Sayo and Riku appeared before him. His childhood friends find him and try to cheer him up with some food. With tears in his eyes, he says their kindness pulled him out of that negative world. After that, he also met Mendu Aja and even Iberia. He felt like he had finally gained true companions by his side. Looking at everyone, he says that his family had actually grown much larger. With a smile, he reveals that this sense of relief was something he hadn't felt in a long time. Finally, he tells everyone that his greatest fear was ending up living alone. Agia blushes, noticing that his aura is now calm and gentle. Iberia then gets emotional and hugs his friend, promising never to leave him again. Mendo explains that the question was to see if they would regret becoming saviors. He says that a savior's ultimate goal is to depart without any regrets. He then tells everyone to eat up, since Sayo and Riku are going home tomorrow. The next morning, the group says their goodbyes and promises to meet at the national tournament. Our hero then finds the sudden closeness between Iberia and Riku strange. He decides to head back, remembering he had a question for Sayo, but leaves it for later. Suddenly, he realizes that Aja has disappeared and is no longer with the group. He then sees her running in a great hurry and wonders what the reason is. Mendu then asks what happened, and Agia says she has information from the south. She explains that the access level is high and only level 50 saviors can know. Mendu then allows her to tell them, and Iberia is surprised by his trust. Aja reveals that a prophecy was made by the commander of the southern continent. Our hero doubts the prophecy, but Iberia says it's like a confirmed future. Aja asks her father to leave the north, but he says he is the target of the attack. Because of this, he would serve as the perfect bait to attract the beasts. She insists that he flee, but our protagonist agrees and offers to fight. Mendu makes up his mind and asks our hero to do something else instead of fighting. Our boy's mission is to protect Iberia's father, the most skilled craftsman. Our protagonist finds this strange and thinks his master wants him away from the fight. Mendu then turns to his daughter and reveals he has 3 requests for her. The first is to warn the residents and safely evacuate those with low levels. With his red eyes, he orders Heighten to come to District 1 of the North. Agia then tells her father that she has already made the preparations and Heighten is on his way. With a curious look, she continues to stare at her father without saying a word. She then asks why he sent our hero there, since Aiden already has guards. All embarrassed, she realizes her father saw right through her intentions. Mendu explains that a level 100 beast will appear and our hero would reveal his hand. Furthermore, he reveals that our hero lacks attack power, but Aiden has an artifact. With that item in hand, a perfect awakened will finally be born to fight. At 8 in the evening on the first day, the monoliths fall on the northern continent. In District 2 of the North, our hero and Iberia run through the dark forest. Our protagonist is worried because the beasts could attack at any moment. Suddenly, Iberia gets startled and shouts for our boy to look at the sky. Our protagonist then turns and also sees what spooked his friend. A flaming monolith then crashes down right in the center of the city. A huge explosion of light occurs, consuming the surrounding buildings. Our hero is concerned, as the civilian evacuation is still underway. In the city, the awakened panic, because the beasts arrived way too early. The barrier begins to form, and he finds himself in a dilemma between the mission and the civilians. He knows Iberia is exhausted, but hasn't asked to stop because of his father. Iberia then says they should go help, because without a strong awakened, many will be lost. With a smile, Iberia changes the plans, and our hero agrees to help. Suddenly, a stone fist erupts from the ground and attacks the awakened. A level 21 fire golem then appears and faces the heroes. The group realizes the fight will be tough, even with 3 level 15s. One of the awakened uses his stone shield and tells everyone to hold the formation. With the shield in front, he tells the others to look for an opening to attack. But the golem unleashes a blast of fire and easily destroys the shield. The awakened is shocked, as he didn't expect so much power in a single blow. His friends panic because if the tank was defeated, they don't stand a chance. One of them then tells everyone to run, as fighting is just throwing their lives away. With a smirk, another says the coward is the one who needs to be careful here. But suddenly, he's surprised by a creature that appears behind him. Terrified, he begs for his life but uses his water cannon to attack. He brags about being the natural enemy of fire creatures, but is defeated. His friends see the fallen golem and prepare to deliver the final blow. But the one who attacked gets cocky and says he'll finish the beast himself. Suddenly, the golem gets back up and glares at the awakened with a look of hatred. The monster then unleashes a massive fire blast, and everyone thinks it's the end. But a wall of ice appears, protecting the awakened from the golem's attack. With the arrival of reinforcements, one of the awakened says everything will be okay now. Our hero then tells Iberia to evacuate the civilians, and his own defense increases. Iberia brags and says that one day he'll be stronger than Jin Taiwa himself. One of the awakened gets annoyed by the boy's audacity and calls him a brat. The other awakened find our hero's ice armor strange. With his armor active, our protagonist remembers a piece of advice from his master. Mendo had warned him that his black orb is powerful but too slow to be practical. He advised our hero to save the skill as a trump card for emergencies. Because of this, he can't use his piercing orb in the middle of a crowd. With his armor and lightning, our hero charges straight at the golem. He then lands a powerful kick, sending the monster flying with ease. His thunder wave is activated, and he continues the combo on the enemy. The golem tries to fight back, but can't land a single hit on the boy. With a final punch, our hero slams the monster to the ground, kicking up a lot of dust. He then uses his lightning and delivers a final blow to the fallen golem. A huge explosion occurs, and the monster is defeated in a single hit. The civilians are shocked and can't believe a kid defeated the monster. One of the awakened is also stunned by the boy's power. He doesn't understand how a level 20, one golem couldn't even touch him. Our hero then turns to leave, and the awakened notices he's gone. One of them then boasts, saying the kid only won because of their help. After the victory, our hero and Iberia continue on their way to find Aiden. Our hero then realizes he needs to increase his attack power somehow. The screen shows his attack is 330, but his agility is 760. Iberia praises his friend's speed, but our hero says it means nothing without power. Tired, Iberia is surprised because he had never thought of it that way before. Our protagonist then says, there's a good way to increase his attack power. Iberia reveals that his father's workshop is full of artifacts to help his friend. With a goofy smile, he imagines our hero all geared up in incredible armor. Our boy finds the laugh strange, but notices that his friend is very tired. Suddenly, he picks him up and tells his friend not to push himself so hard. Without waiting for reply, our hero takes off running with Iberia in his arms. The night continues, and the moon illuminates their path through the dark forest. They finally arrive, and Iberia complains that his arms nearly fell off on the way. Iberia explains that his father lives in the forest, because the city is too noisy. He also reveals that the house is full of traps, and our hero can sense the mana. His friend tells him to stay close, but our boy knows he can dodge them with his senses. With a smile, Iberia brags that it's finally his turn to lead the way. He then starts walking confidently along the path, covered in dry leaves. But he gets carried away and forgets about a trap right in front of him. The ground starts to shake, and Iberia panics at the most annoying trap. Suddenly, an epic iron golem emerges from the earth to attack. Our hero's jaw drops, as he didn't expect a humanoid artifact. Without wasting a moment, the creature charges and attacks Iberia with a powerful punch. But our hero dodges with a jump, saving his friend from the golem's blow. The impact of the punch creates a crater in the ground and kicks up a lot of dust. He gets annoyed that even an artifact has more attack power than him, but he can't destroy it. Our protagonist then asks if there's a way to stop the creature. Iberia reveals that the karma stone on the golem's chest is its weak spot. With a smile, our hero activates his thunder wave and goes on the attack. With his speed, he dodges the blows and hits the golem's weak spot. He gets close and prepares to rip out the karma stone with his bare hands. Using his lightning, he phases through the iron armor and gets close to the stone. He then rips out the golem's power source, deactivating it instantly. The creature then stops moving and stands motionless in the middle of the forest. With the stone in hand, our hero stares at the shadow of the defeated golem. Suddenly, Iberia yells for him to stop, as the golem belonged to some guy named Jusuk. A man appears out of nowhere and attacks our hero with his giant sword. The young man dodges at the last second, and the man is shocked by his speed. The man named Jusuk Bokudo apologizes and says he thought they were bandits. He wonders who our hero is, since he didn't sense his mana until the attack. Our protagonist is also surprised, because the man's sword vanished. Iberia then introduces him, and our boy asks where his father is. Jusuk reveals that the master is out back, and that they should be careful. With a furious look, Iberia's father stares at the boys without saying a word. Iberia brags to his father, saying he passed the tournament qualifiers. He then demands the promised reward of choosing any artifact he wants. But suddenly, his father slaps him across the face, leaving him in shock. Iberia then asks why he hit him, and the old man gets even angrier. The craftsman yells at him, accusing him of stealing his dragon gear. The old man explains that using the armor for too long has serious consequences. Furious, Iberia swears he'll never use anything made by him again and storms off. The craftsman then turns to our hero and asks if he's Mendo's student. Our protagonist introduces himself and explains the reason for his visit. The old man finds it strange, as Mendo rarely takes on disciples to train. Suddenly, he notices something and stares at our hero with a surprised look. The screen shows that the old man realized our boy's level is fixed. The craftsman asks if he's faking his stats, and our hero denies it. With a serious look, the old man understands why his master requested that specific item. He reveals that his master always demands something in return for his favors. Our hero is confused because his master never mentioned anything about a deal. The old man then reveals that his master requested an item in exchange for protection. Our hero is surprised and wonders why his master would ask for a defective product. The craftsman explains that the critical crystal was made to increase an Awakened's attack, but suddenly a crack appeared and the item became a broken product. The broken critical crystal increases attack by 10 times, and the critical rate resets. With the help of the item, our hero now has a way to boost his attack power. The old man understands his master's move and says the item is perfect for him. With the item in hand, our hero's attacks will be strengthened tenfold. He then equips the item, and a golden aura completely envelops him. He realizes that the critical rate only increases by defeating stronger enemies. The screen shows the item's details and how it works for our hero. With a smile, our hero says thanks, and that the item will be a huge help. The old man says there's no need to thank him, as they both fight for humanity. Suddenly, an attack occurs, and Josuke is sent flying by a single blow. Our protagonist then dodges the attack and prepares for a fight. Iberia is startled by the surprise attack and wonders what just happened. Suddenly, a green barrier appears, surrounding the entire dark forest. The old man finds it strange, since only the commanders of the 5 continents know his location. Josuke warns everyone to stay back, because the beasts are coming. With his eyes glowing, our hero senses something approaching at high speed. He can sense 6 monsters approaching, but suddenly there are 8. A level 14 one-horned demon appears and charges to attack. Our protagonist then dodges the blow and prepares to counter-attack. With his ice wall, he protects himself and easily defeats the creatures. He realizes he can't use his lotus because the explosion could be dangerous. Josuke would also be hit, as he's too close to the battle. On top of that, Iberia and his father are hiding in the cabin right behind him. The skill could hit them both, so he can't risk it. In the midst of the monster horde, he realizes that fighting alone is better. Suddenly, he senses a new wave of magical power, much stronger than before. A level 24 two-horned guardian beast emerges for the fight. Elsewhere, the demons prepare to send the first wave of attack. One of the leaders asks which of the 8 demon kings will command the main force. With an eye he left behind, he had noticed our hero's existence. One of the 8 demon kings, named Yama, Raja, volunteers for the mission, but the leader decides to send a demon general instead, not wanting to risk losing his eye. He then decides to hand over command of the main force to another demon. The chosen one is one of the 8 demon kings, a giant man-eating ape. Suddenly, our hero hears Iberia's voice and wonders if a beast somehow got into the room. Right after, a level 24 two-horned guardian monster pops up, ready to throw down. With a dark look, our boy decides he has no choice but to use that thing. He also realizes the creature's attack power is higher, which could actually boost his hit rate. The system then shows that his broken crystal increases his hit rate by 1% with every victory. So our MC activates his piercing orb to test out his new skill. The purple energy drills through the monster, taking it down with a single clean hit. Just like that, his critical rate increases to 1%, and he sees the plan worked perfectly. Our hero then tells Josuke to handle things out there, saying he'll take care of the beast in the room. Using his lightning-fast speed, he zips toward the cabin to save his friend. Inside, Iberia is on the ground, facing a horned demon that has him cornered. He's bummed, because without his dragon gear, there's just no way he can win. With few options left, he braces himself for whatever is coming next. The creature then closes in, and the kid screams for our hero to help him. But out of nowhere, his dad, Aiden, appears and parries the attack with a giant hammer. Iberia is in total shock, because his dad isn't a fighter, yet he doesn't seem the least bit scared. The craftsman stares down the creature, which looks furious about the interruption. Without breaking a sweat, the old man sends the monster flying with a single swing. Our MC then arrives, and his new father-in-law leaves the rest to him. And with his wall of black ice, our hero pierces the monster's chest with everything he's got. Aiden then apologizes for the delay and asks about the situation outside. Our boy says he doesn't sense any more mana, and that Josuke must have already taken care of everything. From a distance, they see all the bodies, and Iberia is shocked by Josuke's strength. However, Josuke says there's no time to relax because the barrier is still up. With a serious look, he says he'll take down the beasts while destroying the barrier. But our hero stops him and tells him to protect Aiden and Iberia right there. The craftsman then notices the intense look in the boy's eyes. It's not fear, but a thirst for battle. So Aiden decides to leave the barrier for our MC to handle all by himself. Josuke asks if he's sure about this, since a green barrier has beasts up to level 260. Like a bolt of lightning, our hero dashes off to attack, completely unfazed by the danger. He then says he can finally fight without having to hold back anymore. Iberia decides to go too and asks Josuke to look after his dad while he's gone. However, Aiden stops him, telling him to quit messing around because they live in completely different worlds. Iberia shoots back, saying that a team covers each other's weaknesses and provides support. But his dad just calls him dead weight and says if he keeps this up, he'll just end up causing problems. The boy is stunned into silence, hearing the harsh truth from his own father. Aiden explains that rule doesn't apply when it comes to our hero, because he is someone special. He then asks if his son has ever truly seen the look in our MC's eyes when he faces a beast. Meanwhile, the system detects 5 enemies and restores 50% of his mana. Surrounded by enemies, he gets ready and tells them not to get in his way. With a single blow, our hero activates his Lotus Explosion, taking down 5 enemies at once. His critical rate is now at 2%, and he's not about to let anyone get near Iberia. From a distance, his friend is startled by the massive explosion that lights up the entire forest. He and Josuke get worried, thinking our hero must have run into some seriously strong beasts. The guy in the armor then realizes the reason the MC isn't leveling up must be his unique gift. Our MC reaches the green barrier and senses that the beasts here are on a different level. He tries to use his mana detection, but the barrier completely blocks his signal. Then he remembers his master telling him that the barrier's color indicates the monster's level. The color green means the beasts inside are between level 26 and 50. Thinking about all the sweet experience points he's about to get, our boy summons his new Shikigami. The system shows that the Death Hound is a B rank, level 16 creature with some pretty good stats. With a smirk, he pets his new companion and says he'll give all the experience points to it. At a residence at night, a young woman informs her father that the Awakened guards have arrived. Then, a man in armor introduces himself as Chirajima, a first-grade savior, level 63. The woman explains that other saviors have come and are watching the perimeter, but she asks where Heighten is. With that, she reveals that she spoke with the man 6 hours ago, and he was on his way. But now he's not answering his phone. At this moment, she worries because monoliths are falling all over the north, but the old man says that common beasts are no threat to him. Izumi then asks her to keep trying to make contact, as only a special, grade savior can handle the beasts from there. However, the man in armor questions if they aren't overestimating the special, grade saviors. He boasts, saying the difference between them isn't that big, and there's no beast they can't defeat. The old man retorts that confidence is good, but the delusion of being on their level is another story. Then Izumi says that all this confidence is because he has never faced a truly strong beast. Suddenly, the warrior becomes alert and shouts that a monolith has fallen, and the disaster beasts are coming. The elder looks to the sky and says they have finally arrived, while the young woman reports she still hasn't been able to reach Heighten. With a confident look, Kay tells them not to worry, as he will eliminate every last beast. Right after, he declares that he will prove in that moment that the first grade are a match for the special grade. Elsewhere, we see the green barrier that our hero was tasked with destroying. Our protagonist and his wolf, Grim, are inside the barrier, and he notices the scenery is the same as outside. Then a beam of green light shoots up, and the young man feels a strange atmosphere as his magic detection activates. He can feel the magical waves inside but not outside, and concludes that they are separate spaces. With that, his system detects 5 enemies and recovers 50% of his mana. Our hero tells his wolf to wait there and take care of any beast that tries to escape. With a smile on his face, he calls the wolf a good boy and activates his electric power. Then, two monstrous creatures run in his direction to attack him. Using his speed, the young man dodges one of the monsters without difficulty. With that, he activates his black wall and smashes one of the beasts with full force. Next, he uses an electric attack to take care of the other creatures. The blow hits the monsters head-on and throws them far away with the impact. Suddenly, a much larger and more imposing beast appears in front of him. Without wasting time, our hero uses his piercing orb straight at the creature's face. The purple energy passes through the creature, giving it no chance to defend itself. With the victory, his critical rate increases to 3% in total. The young man calculates that with this rate, he will soon land his first critical attack. He then notices the green monolith and says it's the first time he's seen one up close. Then he wonders if destroying the stele will make the barrier disappear and says that one blow is enough. However, his system detects one more enemy and his mana recovers 10%. With a focused look, the boy realizes there is still one enemy left to defeat. Suddenly, several black spikes shoot out from the ground and advance in his direction. The protagonist dodges the attack and thinks that if he hadn't sensed the magic wave before, he would have been pierced, and the situation would have turned very ugly for him. The young man looks at the stele and realizes the attack came from behind it. He then understands that this is a different type of disaster beast than the previous ones. From a distance, we see the immense green barrier that covers part of the forest. Meanwhile, the blonde kid is all bruised up and has a very worried look. Jazuk then warns him that not even Tenma can handle all the beasts, and the boy wonders if he'll end up holding his friend back. The man in armor tells him not to worry because the master exaggerates, but Iberia feels useless. He then explains that green barrier beasts are from level 26 to 50, and the blonde admits he wouldn't win. Jazuk tries to cheer him up, saying that at his age, he didn't even have the courage to enter one of those. Our hero's friend is surprised, and Jazuk reveals that the difference isn't just the level. With that, he explains that beasts from gray barriers have no intelligence and just destroy everything. Although they're strong, they can be defeated with strategy. But the ones from the green barrier are another story. Inside, there can be intelligent beasts like a 4-horned general, level 34. Jazuk says that few from the protagonist's generation could handle that beast, and the young man notes that they are different. The warrior concludes that Iberia isn't a burden because he's immature, but because his friend is too strong. Back to the fight, our hero says he has finally found the rumored intelligent beast. The monster scoffs and asks if he's muttering and pleading for his own life. Then the creature wonders about his strength, but calls him a coward for being level 0 and trembling before it. With a sinister smile, the protagonist says he's just excited, and since the creature talks, he has a question. The monster agrees to grant his last wish before finishing him off. With his red eyes blazing, our hero asks if the creature feels pain. The beast becomes furious and says a mere human cannot make it feel pain. Then it declares that inflicting pain is their privilege and attacks with sharp blades. The creature's blades come down with full force toward our hero. With his electricity active, the young man faces the monster head-on without fear. Then he counterattacks with a slashing blow that tears through the air toward the enemy. The creature wonders if it hit him, but notices the boy's mana is increasing. It then realizes that even the opponent's antennae have gotten faster. But our hero trusts in his speed and knows he still has the advantage. However, he gets frustrated because his power is low and the blow barely made a scratch. The monster is impressed with the young man's agility and asks what his real level is. With that, the creature says that speed doesn't matter, as he is just an insect. Then the beast mocks him, saying that even 100 weak blows wouldn't even tickle it. Without wasting time, our hero dodges the attacks with his enhanced agility. He uses the creature's own blades to defend himself from the continuous blows. With a quick move, he manages to block one of the monster's attacks. The young man keeps defending himself as the creature pressures him with its attacks. Then he challenges the beast to try and hit him if it's really capable. The beast notices his electricity is just to increase speed and questions his mana. He understands that the antennae are part of the beast's body, which is why his analysis doesn't activate. Our hero wonders how many attacks he has already delivered as he dodges again. The creature says it's useless, and the boy realizes his mana is running out. With a determined look, he decides to focus everything on the attack to win the fight. The young man decides to increase the frequency of his attacks, because if he lands a critical hit, he wins. He continues the attack, while the system shows the details of his critical hit item. To land the decisive blow, the only thing he can do is keep attacking. The creature defends itself with its blades, and our hero's blows have no effect. But in a moment of carelessness, he is hit hard and ends up spitting a little. The monster calls him a fool for throwing himself at it like that. The creature then mocks him, asking where that so-called pain he was going to cause is. The beast is surprised that he's still standing and praises his high defense. Suddenly, a red aura surrounds him, and the crystal informs him that his next attack will be a critical hit. With a devastating punch, he hits the monster's chest with all his might. The beast is completely shocked by the sudden power of the blow it received. The impact of the attack is so strong that a shockwave destroys everything around them. The enemy falls to its knees with a massive impact on its chest and wonders where so much power came from. The young man notices the critical hit was much stronger than he expected. Looking at the defeated enemy, he feels a mix of satisfaction, focus, and ecstasy. He then realizes that even with a wound on his stomach, he doesn't feel any pain. With a smile on his face and steam coming from his mouth, he says the feeling is incredible. The boy then grabs the creature and asks if it felt any pain from that. Frightened, the monster wonders what he is and calls him a cheater because of his stats. With red eyes, he explains that the other beasts didn't even scream and finishes off the enemy. With a frightening smile, he says that the scream of a beast that feels pain is good to hear. The creature calls him a demon as it's being overpowered, and the young man's critical rate increases. With the beast defeated, he says it's finally over, and his critical rate rises to 4%. Now that the danger has passed, the adrenaline fades, and the pain from the wound on his stomach starts to set in. He then notices that the barrier has become transparent, which means there are no more beasts inside. The young man approaches the monolith and realizes that he only needs to destroy it to complete his mission. Without wasting time, he throws a punch with all his might and shatters the stele into several pieces. Exhausted, he falls to the ground and thinks the stele was weak, but he needs to check something before heading back. With a serious look, he remembers an important detail about his new companion. A wolf's shadow appears in front of him, and the protagonist asks the creature to show itself. His wolf, Grim, then appears, and the young man notices that he seems much bigger than before. With a surprised look, he notices another change in his new Shikigami. The system shows that the wolf went up 3 levels and gained 150 status points. He understands that it wasn't his imagination, and the wolf's body really does grow with its levels. With that, he wonders just how giant his companion will become and can hardly wait to see. Then, in the middle of the night, the green barrier finally vanishes, leaving the nearby warriors completely amazed by the boy's accomplishment. The veteran warrior watches everything with a serious expression, thinking that the rookie managed to destroy it in just 10 minutes, making him even stronger than he is. But the hero is at his limit, leaning against a rock and badly injured, while his loyal giant wolf observes his terrible condition. So he asks his beast to track his magical trail to lead him back to where his blonde friend is waiting. With that, the large animal puts its master on its back and starts running through the dark forest, letting out a loud howl. The sound of the howl echoes throughout the silent mountain, and the tense atmosphere grows as the night goes on in that dangerous place. At that moment, the man in armor hears the noise and wonders why there are still beasts around if the barrier has already been destroyed. He stays on high alert and orders the young apprentice to return to his room immediately to protect himself from any imminent danger. But the blonde boy becomes thoughtful upon hearing the sound, feeling like he has heard that strange howl somewhere before. Suddenly, a powerful beast emerges from the shadows, running at high speed and slamming its claws on the ground with great force. With that, the veteran fighter draws his giant sword and prepares for combat. thinking he will slice up any monster that comes near. He then swings his heavy blade at the creature that leaped toward him, vowing to take the enemy down in a single strike. But the blonde boy recognizes the animal and realizes it's the same spirit his companion tamed during their last fight. In that instant, he desperately yells for the warrior to stop the attack, because that giant wolf is the protagonist's ally. The large animal skillfully dodges the sword's strike while carrying its wounded and unconscious master. The veteran then stops his attack and sees the boy's body on the ground, being protected by the enormous, bright-eyed beast. He is confused to see a level 0 commanding spirits, and thinks that this young man's combat power is a complete mystery. Meanwhile, his blonde friend runs over, worried, to help the hero, wondering how he can use abilities from other classes. As he gets closer, he sees that his friend is covered in injuries and desperately asks what happened in that intense battle. But the protagonist can barely open his eyes and just asks for a moment to rest before losing consciousness completely. Seeing his friend unconscious, the blonde boy panics and screams desperately, not knowing what to do to help him. But the veteran warrior calms him down, saying there's no need to cry because the boy is still alive. With tears in his eyes, the blonde friend asks if he really hasn't passed on. Then the man in armor points to the injured boy's chest and shows that he is still breathing normally. The protagonist, who was half awake, asks his partner to use the Kodama bandage he still had. The blonde boy says he'll take care of it and watches his companion on the bed, thinking he'll never catch up to him in power. He reflects on his job as a wind elementalist who controls the air and its flow. The screen shows that his gift is for healing and only works on himself and his allies, but his damage is reduced. He hated this ability and had never used it before, but now he will use it as many times as necessary. With that, he activates his rank C ability called Healing Wind, and a green aura surrounds him. The young man uses his healing magic on his friend and asks him to get well soon for the sake of their duo. The protagonist seems to be in a lot of pain during the process, and his partner gets worried, calling out his name. Suddenly, a gigantic purple barrier forms over the region, coming from a monolith that fell nearby. Shortly after, a powerful attack cuts one of the buildings in half with absurd force. A woman then sees a fallen warrior and a monster in dark armor standing in front of him. She tries to heal the wounded man with her magic butterfly, but he just yells for her to get away from there. The warrior faces a giant minotaur and says that humanity doesn't stand a chance against such a strong creature. The screen reveals that the monster is a level 80, one minotaur warrior from the Bull tribe. The figure in dark armor warns someone named Izumi that he needs to flee the area immediately. The minotaur then glares at the figure and calls him Izumi Nento with a look full of contempt. The minotaur boasts about finding his target, and the man in armor understands that he is the creature's objective. Suddenly, a huge flash of light occurs, indicating that a powerful attack was launched against them. The young woman with glasses is thrown backward by the explosion and screams desperately for her father, who was hit. With a bleeding eye, the older man says that this is the end of everything for them, as there is no hope left. The man in the dark armor is all damaged and tells the newcomer that he's late. Just then, a young man with glowing red eyes appears on the battlefield with a very serious expression. He apologizes for the delay and says to leave the fight with the giant monster to him. The Minotaur scoffs at the newcomer, saying he talks a lot for someone who just showed up. The wounded man warns him to be careful, as that creature is extremely powerful and dangerous. Intimidated, the red-eyed young man charges forward and prepares a punch with all his might. The blow lands squarely, making a hole in the Minotaur's chest, who is shocked by the damage received. The blue-haired warrior is left with his jaw on the floor, unable to believe the absurd strength of that attack. He watches the scene and wonders if that is the true power of a special class savior. The warrior thinks that special class saviors are no longer human, but rather monsters with extraordinary strength. The young woman celebrates the victory, but the savior says the real show is just beginning as the barrier changes color. The barrier, which was once purple, now turns red, indicating an even greater danger for everyone there. Inside the barrier, a new red, Flamed Demon observes everything and wonders how his lord will torment humanity. With a wicked smile, the demon reveals himself to be a level 37 king and says he would love to watch the show. Just then, a level 49 white ogre appears behind him, showing he is not alone on the mission. The Flame Demon warns them not to do anything unnecessary, as their mission is to capture a specific person. A level 87 demon general explains that they split up to avoid drawing too much attention with a purple barrier. Meanwhile, one of the 8 demon lords will distract the strongest humans with his red barrier. The plan is that while the monkey lord fights, they will proceed to their true destination without being disturbed. The general reveals that Lord Ringo will guide them using a demonic eye he left in the human world. This eye shows the coordinates and the scene of their target, who at this moment is our hero lying in bed. Suddenly, the protagonist wakes up startled from a nightmare, and one of his eyes is red like a demon's. Still lying in bed, he thinks about the strange dream he had about his late mother. In the dream, his younger self was telling his mother that he finally found a beast that feels pain like humans. The little boy said happily that he had struck the creature down and that her revenge was complete. But his mother figure interrupts him with a gentle voice, saying that wasn't quite right. She explains that there are things more important than revenge, and he questions what that could be. Then his mother asks him not to use his power for revenge, but rather to protect those he loves. The young Itsuki is outraged by the request and shouts that it's completely impossible to do. He swears he will never forgive the beasts that took his parents from him in such a cruel way. With eyes red with hatred, the boy shouts that he will definitely get rid of them all without mercy. His mother just watches him with a sad smile on her face as her body begins to disappear. She says goodbye, saying she needs to leave now, and her image becomes increasingly transparent. The boy runs desperately, asking where she is going, as he still had so much to talk about. In her last moment, she asks him to please not let himself be consumed by hatred. He reaches out his hand, trying to reach her, but she vanishes into particles of light while he screams for his mother. Their fingers touch for an instant before she disappears completely into the void. The little boy is left there, alone and helpless, extending his hand to nothing with a lost look. A tear runs down his face as he sits in a dark and melancholic setting. A mysterious voice mocks him for crying over an inferior being who is already gone. With hatred in his eyes, the protagonist turns towards the voice and sees the shadowy figure that haunts him. He screams in anger upon recognizing the creature that torments him in his nightmares. The figure reveals itself to be the demon of destruction and taunts him, saying he only takes the form of a child near that woman. With his body covered in a red aura of fury, the hero yells at the demon with all his being. He charges forward with a powerful punch and swears he will put an end to that evil creature. But the demon envelopes him in its purple energy and says it will let him taste that feeling again. The protagonist's body begins to crack like glass as he is engulfed by the demon's energy. He shouts that he will put an end to the demon Ringa without fail as his body shatters into pieces. The young man wakes up breathless and in a cold sweat, his red eyes still glowing intensely. He realizes it was all a dream and sees his blonde friend sleeping peacefully beside him on the bed. The boy feels a sharp pain in his eyes, even though they aren't injured, and doesn't understand why. He remembers one of his eyes turned red and starts to think about the meaning of that dream. He then notices that his injuries have been healed and wonders if his friend used the bandage on him. He sees his friend sleeping and realizes he didn't rest at all to take care of his wounds. Careful not to wake him, the protagonist gets out of bed and watches him in silence. He decides to tell his wolf not to bark and wake his friend, but the animal is already there in the room. The protagonist realizes what he's done and gets all embarrassed by the situation. Just then, the blonde boy wakes up startled and uses his wind ability, thinking his friend was in danger. But the hero isn't even fazed and thinks that such a weak breeze wouldn't even tickle a beast. The blonde friend is overjoyed to see that his companion has finally woken up and smiles in relief. With that, he hugs the hero, celebrating that his treatment worked, and the boy asks how long he was out. His friend says it was about 3 hours, and the protagonist calculates that it's now the second day of the prophecy. He then assures him with a smile that no other creature has appeared after all that commotion, but the hero still remembers the demon's words in his dream and feels that something bad is about to happen. He then gets up and puts on his coat, saying he can't let his guard down at all. His blonde partner is happy to see that he's fully recovered and ready for more. The protagonist looks out the window and comments that the reinforcements his master mentioned should be arriving soon. Outside, his friend asks for the giant wolf's name, and the hero replies that it's just Death Hound. The blonde boy offers to give the beast a name, but the young man refuses, saying he's not a Shikigami user. His partner is disappointed with the refusal, and the hero thinks that he won't let him name his beast no matter what. The protagonist realizes the bandage wouldn't have been enough and understands that his friend used his healing ability. He asks about the blonde boy's type of power, and his friend admits that his attack abilities are quite weak. The hero then approaches the campfire and asks the veteran warrior if any reinforcements have shown up. The man in armor finds the question strange and wants to know the reason for his sudden curiosity. The protagonist explains that his master was sending help, and the veteran remembers that the forest is very dense. The young man agrees, but even so, he feels that there's something very wrong going on around there. He feels that something evil is approaching in the dark and gloomy forest. Meanwhile, a group of people rushes through the dense woods toward an objective. One of them asks a companion how much longer until they arrive at their destination. The one with the ponytail complains about the place, but is excited about the mission to get promoted. Suddenly, a pink-haired girl appears and tells the group to stop immediately. With that, everyone stops running, and they face each other in a combat stance. The girl says she felt something strange, and that something is coming towards them. In the distance, two shadowy figures realize they've been noticed by the warriors. The young man then shouts for everyone to get ready, because disaster beasts are coming. A fire-haired demon and a giant white ogre block their path. With a wicked smile, the flaming creature asks if they are going to the same place. At that moment, a flaming skeleton is summoned to join the battle. The demon scoffs at human fragility, saying that one fireball was enough. The white ogre is standing there, and its partner asks if it has finished the job. We then see the ogre's fist after he struck down one of the warriors. The demon comments on the brutality of his companion, who flattened the guy. The pink-haired girl is terrified and asks where they came from without a barrier. With a cruel smile, the demon creates a fireball and says they came from very far away. The young woman begins to cry in despair, with no chance of escaping from there. He then warns another shadowy figure not to interfere with his fun. Suddenly, the fire demon is caught by surprise by an ice attack that immobilizes him. Just then, the shadowy figure threatens him, saying that next time it won't end so well. Irritated, the demon tells him to undo the spell that is slowly freezing his body. The ice shatters, and the pink-haired girl watches the scene, startled by their power. With a burst of flames, he breaks free and thinks that he was almost frozen solid. The pink-haired girl is surprised and asks if they're really going to let her go. The demon questions if the woman has some special power to be spared like that. But the shadowy figure says he just wants to test a new ability his lord granted him. Tendrils of darkness grab her, and she screams in pain as she's enveloped by the magic. After the attack, the girl stands still with her face covered by shadows, showing no reaction. Her partner thinks she's gone, but the general reveals he just turned her into a demon. The young woman's eyes glow red, and a strange mark appears on her forehead. The general explains that she is now completely obedient to them and is on their side in the war. The girl kneels and asks what are the orders of her new master of shadows. He orders her to infiltrate human society until the arrival of Lord Ringa, and that she must say her team was attacked, and she was the only one who managed to escape. The Master of Shadows says that since she understands the mission, she can leave and begin now. With her face covered by the darkness, the girl gets up to carry out her new order. She then starts running through the dark forest to begin her infiltration among the humans. The flame demon doesn't understand the reason for recruiting someone so weak for their team. The demon general reveals that thousands of humans have already been turned into monsters, and this includes even the strongest awakened ones in the region. With this, They plan to use these new subordinates as key pieces when the Great Lord finally unifies this entire human world. But the leader tells the others to stop fooling around and move on, as this mission is the most important one they've ever received. As time passes, we see that it is now the second day of the prophecy, and a huge iron golem stands guard in the silent village. At that moment, the veteran warrior comments that the giant robot's power makes up for the lack of men in their group for the next battle. The blonde boy then asks about the other companion's whereabouts, and the man in armor informs him that the young man went to the workshop to take care of something. Inside the workshop, the black-haired young man talks to a blacksmith about a critical crystal that glowed during his last combat. He explains that the chance of a critical hit was only 3%, but it went up to 4% after defeating that powerful enemy in the forest. The old craftsman is impressed and says the boy was very lucky to activate such a rare effect with such a low percentage. But the protagonist reports that he felt something strange beyond the increased damage, entering a state where he felt he could do anything. Hearing the report, the blacksmith raises his hammer and wonders if this is also a hidden effect within that valuable item he carries. He describes the feeling of having heightened senses to perceive everything around and still remain completely calm during the fight. With a thoughtful look, the young man confirms that's exactly what he felt while facing the beasts in the midst of all that chaos. Surprised by the answer, the master craftsman exclaims that the hero managed to enter the legendary state of flow in the heat of combat. The veteran then explains that this phenomenon occurs when someone becomes completely immersed in an activity without being distracted by anything. The dark-haired boy is a bit confused by the technical term, so the man summarizes by saying he was totally absorbed in what he was doing at that moment. To illustrate, he compares it to a painter who spends hours working on a painting and ends up forgetting even to eat or rest. Or like an athlete moving perfectly or a student solving difficult problems without noticing time passing outside. The man says that an awakened one in this state gains a surreal focus, and their senses become absurdly sharp against any imminent danger. In addition, all attributes and skill effects rise to 120% of their normal value, making the user very powerful. The protagonist is surprised because he's never heard of that state, and even his master never mentioned it before. The blacksmith explains that it takes skill, a focused mind, and a lot of luck to achieve such a feat. He says this ability is what separates geniuses from ordinary people, and almost no one can use it. With that, the craftsman reveals that he himself only managed to enter a flow state 2 years after awakening his powers. The master comments that 2 years was already fast, but the boy did it in just 1 month. But the hero seems to be distracted by something, and the blacksmith asks if he's paying attention. The young man suddenly senses 3 beings with a terrible magic approaching and thinks they are the guards. However, he concentrates and realizes that the dark energy seems more like disaster beasts. With that, he decides to go check the situation and runs out of the workshop to see what's happening. The protagonist throws the door open and steps out with a very serious look to face the new threat. Outside, his friends see him and ask why he's so tense and agitated all of a sudden. The hero explains that he felt waves of magic and thought it might be more disaster beasts coming. The blonde friend says it's unlikely since there's no barrier nearby and the iron golem is on guard duty. Suddenly, something attacks the golem at high speed, leaving the blonde partner completely shocked. The metal giant is pierced in the chest, and its body begins to shatter into many pieces. The veteran warrior is astonished because the golem was defeated before it could even react. With that, 3 demons appear and are identified as a flame king, a resentment king, and a white augur. The screen shows it's still the second day of the prophecy, as a malicious aura covers the area. The protagonist faces the enemies and thinks they seem much stronger than the ones from the previous barrier. He focuses on the group's leader and notes that its magical waves are the strongest he has ever felt in his life. The demon leader says he will capture the target and leaves the rest of the fight to his 2 subordinates. He just warns them to be careful and not to destroy the demonic eye under any circumstances. The 2 monsters agree with the order and prepare to attack the human warriors there. The protagonist and his friend are shocked to realize that those creatures can speak. But the veteran warrior positions himself in front of them and swears he won't let the enemies pass. With that, he charges at high speed toward the shadow leader with his sword in hand. The man in armor is surprised and wonders when the enemy managed to move so fast. He can barely keep up with the movement and realizes that demon is absurdly fast. The veteran vows to stop the monster while the blonde boy shouts that he won't let it get near his friend. Just then, the shadow demon creates an ice barrier to block the warrior's advance. The man crashes into the wall of ice and realizes he has been completely blocked by the magic. He tries to break the barrier with his sword, but notices that it's extremely tough. At that moment, the white ogre appears behind him, preparing for a surprise attack. The warrior quickly turns and tries to defend against the monster's blow with his sword, but the force of the punch is so great that it pushes him back violently. Seeing the scene, the protagonist shouts his companion's name, desperate about the situation. The fire demon then taunts him, saying he doesn't have time to worry about others. With a wicked smile, he launches a large fireball toward the black-haired young man. The hero yells for his blonde friend to get out of there and activates a black wall to protect himself from the attack. The fireball explodes upon hitting the barrier, while his blonde partner watches everything in shock. The protagonist system detects the flame bullet and activates a rank a copy ability. With that, the analysis of the enemy's power begins, but is only at 1% progress. With his arms burned, the young man thinks he overestimated his black wall and should have dodged. The fire demon then scoffs at him for thinking he could stop his flames with weak ice. But the creature gets worried and wonders if he overdid the attack against the bearer of the demonic eye. The hero is on his knees, all burned, and the system identifies him as a simple level 0 human. Seeing the boy's level, the demon laughs and concludes that he can finish him off without worrying about the mission. But the young man doesn't give up and summons his death hound to help him fight the enemy. The fire being scoffs at him for wanting to fight 2 against 1 using a simple shikigami. With that, he launches another attack and boasts that not even 10 more beasts could defeat him. The protagonist then looks at his wolf and says that he's counting on his help to win. A large explosion occurs, and the demon is shocked to see that the target managed to dodge the blow. He then focuses on the giant wolf and notices that there's something very strange about that shikigami. The creature notes that the beast is actually running towards their mission's true target. With that, the demon faces him, and the boy thinks that if he feigns weakness, he won't be finished off. Meanwhile, the system screen shows that the analysis of the enemy's power has reached 36%. He smiles, thinking he can buy time for the analysis, but he can't bring himself to act like a coward. With a confident smile, he says it doesn't matter because, after all, his opponent seems incredibly weak and unleashes an aura of blue lightning with eyes red with fury. The fire demon becomes furious with the boy's arrogance and calls him a being of an inferior race. With that, the demon says he's changed his mind and will turn the boy to ashes right now with an attack. But the hero dodges and realizes the enemy's speed hasn't changed, meaning he's a long-range fighter. With that in mind, he charges forward with everything he has to close the distance and end the fight once and for all. The fire creature is surprised by the young man's reaction and doesn't understand what's happening. The protagonist gets close in an instant, and the demon is shocked by his absurd speed. But despite the surprise, the monster remains calm and stares at the boy with a very sinister look. With a wicked smile on its lips, the creature seems to have an ace up its sleeve for this situation. The hero attempts a punch, but is blocked by a shield of flames that appears out of nowhere in front of him. He is surprised by the fire barrier and realizes his plan won't be so easy. The demon then scoffs at him and asks if he thought the creature didn't know its own weakness. With a quick counter-attack, he launches a blast of fire that hits the young man square in the chest. The blow sends him flying back with incredible force and leaves him severely injured on the ground. He hits a tree hard and feels the violent impact throughout his aching body. With a bruised face, the protagonist understands that he walked right into the enemy's trap. The demon says he's an intelligent beast, and that with that speed, he's no level 0. Even though he's badly injured, the young man gets up and faces the monster with a look full of determination. The fire creature admits that the boy managed to fool him completely with his act. The monster then warns that it would be easier if he just stayed quiet and accepted his end. The hero sees that the analysis of the enemy's power is at 81% and needs more time. The scene cuts to the village, showing that it's 3:14 in the morning and the giant wolf is howling. The demon leader lists the blacksmith's achievements and calls him the most excellent craftsman of the human race. The man then asks if he plans to end his life, but the creature says it won't do that if he is useful. But the craftsman responds with a defiant look that, unfortunately, he doesn't like taking orders from anyone. With that, he draws a tool and charges at the enemy with his eyes red with pure fury. Then an ice aura surrounds his body as he prepares for a counter-attack with all his power. The demon is surprised because the man covered himself in ice instantly and realizes the ability is rank A. The creature tells him to give up and freezes him to the ground, saying they decide who lives and who is done for there. Hiding, the blonde friend panics, thinking his father will be taken, and plans an attack. He shrinks behind a suit of armor, completely terrified by the situation and unsure of what to do. Suddenly, the protagonist's deathhound bursts in, and the boy recognizes his friend's beast. The large animal charges straight at the shadow demon, ready to tear it apart. But the enemy leader isn't fazed by the charge and faces the creature with a cold, calculating gaze. In the blink of an eye, the great beast is completely frozen by the opponent's ice power. With that, the wolf's frozen body hits the ground hard and shatters into many pieces of ice. The demon gets angry with its subordinates for letting the beast get past, and the blacksmith sees that reinforcements have arrived. The blonde boy is terrified to see that not even such a strong Shikigami could get close to the enemy. He understands he doesn't stand a chance and thinks he needs to call the protagonist for help in the fight. Just then, he remembers his father warning him that his actions could cost his friend his life. The boy realizes that the hero was already badly injured before this whole mess with the demons. He then concludes that calling his friend now would only put him in an even worse and more dangerous situation. With a determined look, the blonde boy shouts that running is not an option and swears he will save his father on his own. He then remembers a special piece of equipment called the Dragon Gear, which might be his only chance to win. So he runs towards the workshop, thinking the item must be hidden right under his old man's bed. The young man seems very worried and mentally asks his father to wait a little longer, as he'll rescue him soon. At that moment, the shadow leader realizes someone was hiding but ran away, and calls them a coward for not helping the craftsman. But the shadowy creature announces that it will take the blacksmith to his final destination, while the man remains completely frozen. Meanwhile, the flame demon prepares a new powerful attack called Red Flame Bullet to finish off the dark-haired boy. To move better, the hero activates his black wall and covers his badly burned leg. With that, the young man activates Thunderbreaker to gain a bit more agility and escape the explosions. The fire monster observes the boy's persistence and notes that although he keeps dodging, his speed has dropped a lot. The enemy then prepares another shot, asking how long the young human can keep running from his certain doom. At that instant, the protagonist notices that this time the beast is using both hands to launch an even stronger attack. With a shout of rapid fire, he fires dozens of flaming projectiles toward the boy, who is nearly cornered. The black-haired young man is in shock, seeing the absurd number of attacks coming at him all at once. We then see several fire spheres surrounding the hero on all sides as he tries to find a quick escape route. But there are too many projectiles, and he realizes that his current physical state won't allow him to escape completely unharmed. The boy tries his best and thinks that he would normally dodge this easily, but his body is too heavy and tired. He lets out a frustrated yell upon seeing that the enemy attack is about to hit him squarely in this critical situation. At that moment, the system shows that the analysis of the enemy's power has reached 90%, and he just needs a little more. Even surrounded by flames, the analysis progressed to 92%, and the hero endures the intense heat. As the analysis climbs to 94%, the hero holds firm against the barrage of flames. Just then, the progress reaches 98%, but he's hit head-on and thrown backward, being swallowed by the fire. The boy remembers something terrible that happened in the past with his mother. He recalls his mother being consumed by blue flames in a traumatic event from his childhood. With a wicked smile, the flame demon prepares to deliver the final blow with all its power. He then launches a piercing red flame bullet to end the young man's life once and for all. But at the last second, the analysis reaches 100%, and a blue barrier appears to protect him from the attack. The fire projectile collides with the ice shield, causing a massive energy explosion in the area. Not understanding a thing, the fire creature is surprised and wonders what that mysterious defense is. At that moment, the system announces that the analysis is complete and Black Wall has leveled up to level 3. With this, his stats increase by 50, and all his injuries are completely healed on the spot. He calculates that this power boost is equivalent to 4 levels for a common awakened one, and is satisfied. The demon doesn't understand how its flames aren't even scratching him, and thinks the hero used some defensive ability. We then see that his black wall has now taken the form of a large, protective ice lotus flower. With a confident look, the fire creature thinks it understands the situation and that the game is over. He then prepares for a new attack, saying that now the fight is about to get serious. Suddenly, the monster is shocked by something it sees, and its eyes widen in surprise. The protagonist's body, which was all torn up, returns to normal, and the creature is left speechless. The hero says he was planning to deal with him later and save someone named Aiden first, but he changed his mind. He glares at the demon and says that those flames reminded him of something bad, and that's why he's going to end it all right there. With his eyes glowing red with pure fury, he faces the enemy and swears he will crush him first. As leaves fly in the dark forest, the air grows heavy from the enemy's mana trail. At that moment, the veteran warrior is thrown far away and realizes the creature's strength is unbelievable. Using his karma tool, he blocks the attack, thinking he would have been done for if he hadn't reacted quickly. But the impact throws him to the ground, and the fighter can barely stay on his feet after the heavy blow. He then wonders how far he was thrown while trying to catch his breath in the middle of the smoke. With a focused gaze, the young man notices these are no ordinary demons and decides to go back and help the group. Just then, a huge explosion hits the ground, kicking up a lot of dust and covering everyone's vision. Realizing he's being chased by the same monster from before, the warrior goes on full alert. Suddenly, the giant beast emerges from the shadows, its massive tongue ready to devour anyone in its path. Wanting to help the protagonist, the combatant decides to draw the monster's attention away from there. With his eyes glowing red, the fighter shows he has no intention of losing. He plans to end the fight quickly to protect the master craftsman and his blonde partner back at the workshop. Meanwhile, inside the workplace, the young blonde boy desperately searches for something to help. Rummaging through every corner, he reaches his arm under the furniture, hoping to find his final trump card. Upon touching a mysterious box, the boy feels he has finally found what he needed for the battle. With a bright, hopeful look, the kid realizes his luck has just turned around. Shouting with joy, he holds up the dragon's suit and says that now he can finally fight on equal terms. The system reveals that the epic item grants 100 attack and agility for a total of 15 minutes of use. Putting on the red armor, the new warrior says he'll leave the enemy in front to his hero. With all this power, he swears that this time he won't be a burden and will help the group with his strength. He remembers his father warning him about the dangers of this dragon armor, and that 15 minutes of use is the limit. With that, the boy decides to save the old man in less than 15 minutes, and his system shows a huge stat bonus. In the forest, the Shadow General mocks the frozen craftsman, asking if he really thinks he can escape. At that, the villain states that only special-level saviors are a real threat to his evil plans. Meanwhile, the demon reveals that the strongest human warriors are busy fighting the King of Destruction. Trapped in the ice, the blacksmith asks if they did all this just to abduct a simple worker like him. But the monster tells him not to think so highly of himself, as they have many other important goals on Earth. At that moment, the villain senses a presence and realizes someone is approaching quickly through the trees. Annoyed by the interruption, the general complains that this group of humans is really persistent and bothersome. Suddenly, a swift shadow charges at the enemy to try and rescue the man trapped in the ice. On the ground, the father wonders if that hero is his son or the protagonist, but knows that victory is nearly impossible. Flying low, the young man in the dragon suit appears out of nowhere and attacks the Shadow Master with all his speed. Filled with rage, the blonde boy yells for the monster to give back his father as he unleashes a mana-charged strike. The system then announces that he has been equipped for 2 minutes, and his attack and agility points rise significantly. Surprised, the general comments that first it was a giant wolf, and now a human child has decided to show up and fight. Far away, the black-haired hero emerges renewed on his ice flower, and the fire demon doesn't understand a thing. Shocked, the villain observes that the boy's body was completely burned, but now it looks like he was never even hit. In disbelief, the monster asks how his opponent managed to recover so much in such a short time. Furious, the flame beast declares that it doesn't matter how many times he heals, because the end result will be his ultimate downfall. In that instant, the enemy launches a frantic barrage of red fireballs to try and obliterate the hero for good. With that, the Black Wall's skill is activated as several fireballs speed toward the young warrior. This causes a massive explosion on the ground, kicking up a ton of dust and heat everywhere. The fire demon then starts to laugh, saying he's going to turn the human into charcoal in no time, but the hero emerges unscathed from the flames, and the system announces that his defense has increased by 15%. At that moment, he activates the Thunder Breaker and prepares to counterattack with a surge of electricity. The monster is shocked to see that the boy's speed has increased even with its fire barrier up. The protagonist then focuses his dark gaze and says it's time to rip the scales off the beast. With that, he leaks like a dark shadow toward the enemy's shield to put an end to this nonsense. The energy-charged punch begins to crack the creature's red protection with incredible force. The barrier then shatters completely, leaving the opponent vulnerable to our hero's attack. The young man lets out a furious cry, and the system shows his resistance has gone up another 15%. At that moment, the creature starts to break out in a cold sweat, realizing the boy's defense has surpassed 600 points. With that, the young man charges forward and says menacingly that now it's his turn to cook the enemy. But the beast senses the danger and desperately thinks it needs to flee now, or it'll be finished for good. The monster then runs in a panic and starts screaming for its allies, begging for help to survive. The impact of a swift movement makes the ground shake as the chase continues through the forest. In the end, the demon is subdued and begs for its life in a pathetic and cowardly way. But the hero shows no mercy and keeps the enemy under total pressure at this critical moment. The creature then screams furiously that it would never accept being defeated by a simple low-level human. The protagonist just maintains his cold, calm gaze, completely ignoring the opponent's shouts. The fire monster is in shock, unable to believe a mere level 0 has so much power. With that, the system announces that the boy's next attack will be a decisive critical hit. Sweating nervously, the enemy stares at the protagonist and wonders if he's actually a demon in disguise. The villain is then thrown backward with incredible force while trying to understand what just happened. At that moment, the young man charges forward with his lightning active and a look of pure rage on his face. The impact of the blow is so violent that the ground all around shatters completely from the pressure. A curtain of smoke rises and covers the entire battle site, making it hard to see the surroundings. With the monster down, the hero observes the scene from above and realizes the fight is finally over. But he feels frustrated because he wanted to make his opponent suffer more before this final blow. In that instant, the young man realizes he entered the flow state again, right after the critical hit. Pondering, he wonders if there's a connection between his decisive hits and this state of absolute focus. Looking at his system, he notices that his total stats now exceed a value of 2,000. With that, the soul of the defeated beast turns into a green karma sphere, right in the middle of the path. The bright light starts flying rapidly toward the deep forest, catching the hero's attention. With a focused gaze, the boy notices that the energy is heading straight to where his partner is. He notes that the magical trail is heading to the workshop and wonders why the soul didn't split. Without wasting a second, the protagonist runs at high speed, using his lightning to gain momentum. Worried, he fears his blonde friend might already be in danger and decides to hurry as much as possible. Meanwhile, the Shadow General blocks Iberia's attack with a defense that seems impenetrable. Even while using his dragon armor, the blonde boy gets frustrated seeing his strongest blow do nothing, but he decides not to give up and swears he'll keep attacking until he breaks the shadowy creature's guard. The villain scoffs at the boy's persistence and warns him that he still doesn't understand the level difference between them. Suddenly, the boy's father yells furiously, telling his son to take off the dangerous gear right now. The old man even threatens to disown the young man, but the boy insists he will save his father anyway. The blonde boy then leaps from a great height and dives toward the enemy with all his courage. At that moment, he thinks that if his friend were there, he would surely make the same decision. Desperate, the blacksmith yells for his son to stop, but his words don't reach the warrior's heart. But the Shadow Master observes the human's family bond with disgust and decides to end this little game. With a simple movement, the demon prepares its ice magic while looking at the target coming from the sky. In an instant, the boy's body is completely frozen in mid-air, and he becomes trapped, unable to move. Just then, the veteran warrior gets trapped in ice, and the demon tells him to know his place. With that, the man in armor looks on furiously, immobilized while the enemy gloats about its victory. Then, a shadow leaps into the air, and the system announces that the equipment will only be active for 3 more minutes. At that, the loyal wolf is covered in crystals, and its level quickly rises from 19 to 20. But the dark beast manages to shatter all the ice and emerges even stronger to help its master. With a snarl, the animal faces the protagonist, looking ready to bite anyone who gets close. The hero then notices that the wolf absorbed a karma sphere, which is why it suddenly became so powerful. But the boy wonders where his ally is, and what happened to the disaster beast in that area. With a focused gaze, the young man notices something terrible, and his eye glows with a strange green color. In that instant, the place is filled with debris and shards of ice, flying everywhere after the impact. Then, a wave of very intense magic starts coming out of a dark hole, startling our hero. The young man activates his lightning and runs swiftly, saying he can't wait for his colleagues' help. With that, the black-haired warrior unleashes a red sword strike that cuts through the air with force. But the giant monster charges forward with everything it has, trying to hit the fighter with its sharp and dangerous claws. At that moment, the man slides across the ground to dodge the attack and prepares for his next move. With that, he notices the cut he made earlier has already healed and is shocked by the creature's regeneration. But the veteran understands that this is his toughest opponent yet because of its incredible healing ability. He then spots a glowing karma sphere and decides he needs to give it his all to win on his own. With his sword glowing red, the fighter focuses all his energy to deliver a decisive attack. But the beast protects its face with its arms, preventing the final blow from hitting its weak spot. In that instant, the man realizes that those limbs are its only defense, and that's where he must focus. He then smiles confidently, because now he knows how to defeat this troublesome enemy once and for all. With that, the warrior charges forward and begins to slash the monster's chest with a sequence of rapid strikes. But before finishing it off, he plans to disable both of the beast's arms to leave it completely exposed. The boy then calculates that the enemy takes at least 1 second to fully recover from the damage. He then realizes that during this short time, the beast's weak spot will be open for his attack. With his eyes ablaze, the fighter concentrates all his hatred and power into a single sword movement. At that moment, he brings the blade down with devastating force, hitting the monster's core with everything he has. With that, a trail of red energy cuts through the scenery, and the enemy is finally overcome by his power. But the hero takes a deep breath and admits it was tough to fight against such a resilient creature. As the smoke rises, the warrior thinks he needs to meet up with his master soon to help in the fight. The combatant then observes the trail of destruction and realizes that the ice beast is a very big problem. Meanwhile, the blacksmith is cornered by the dark villain, who mocks the poor man's desperate situation. The general then orders the prisoner to speak, and the craftsman begs for his son to be spared from all this evil. But the monster claims the old man will soon lose all control and become just a puppet in the hands of the shadows. At that moment, the enemy reveals that he recognized the boy's armor and knows it belongs to the dragon clan. With that, we see that these creatures possess an incredible life force that continues to live on even after their passing. But using this equipment for too long can cause the wearer's consciousness to be slowly devoured. The system then shows that the young blonde boy's body is being taken over by a malicious and very dangerous will. With a cry of pain, the little combatant begins to transform into a real beast, losing his humanity. With that, the final form of the dragon suit is revealed, and its power overflows in a terrifying way. Going back a little in time, we see the black-haired hero walking while his friend wishes for his safety. The protagonist then asks if the boy really admires him that much, and the young man confirms he wants to be just like him. At that moment, the veteran gets curious and asks why, since there are many other famous warriors. He mentions great names from the past as memories of legendary fighters appear in both friends' minds. With that, the young man mentions other powerful masters who have much more experience in difficult battles. But the dark-haired man states that even he is more famous than the young blonde boy can imagine at that moment. The master then questions the reason for this specific choice, leaving his student thoughtful with the question. With a surprised look, the boy doesn't know what to answer and remains silent, trying to process everything. But the experienced combatant puts a hand on his shoulder and tells him not to worry so much about these details for now. In that instant, the little blonde boy reflects that he never really stopped to think about the reason for his great admiration. With that, the memory flashes back 10 years, where the boy was playing happily with his wooden sword. His mother then asks if he liked his birthday present, and the little one answers with great excitement. Overjoyed, the boy decides to give his toy a heroic name while the woman smiles at the scene. With a courageous shout, the boy swears he will defeat all the monsters and protect the world like a hero. At that moment, he runs off to show his new tool to the other children who live nearby. But his parents watch from a distance, and the craftsman wonders if his son actually has any friends to play with. We then see the little blonde boy surrounded by several other kids as he brags about his amazing birthday present. The mood then shifts, and the other children give him strange looks that hide something not so friendly. Full of envy, one of the boys holds out his hand and asks to see the object up close, creating tension. With that, little Abaria holds his wooden sword fearfully. With that, several bullies surround the boy and say his father can make as many toys as he wants. The little blonde thinks about refusing, but fear speaks louder, and he can't say a single word. At that moment, one of the mean boys asks if he's really not going to lend them his precious object. With a forced smile, the little one hands over his treasure while trying to hold back tears in front of the others. But the kids run off, pretending to be great monster hunters with their new prize. Seen from above, the boy looks like just a tiny, lonely dot in the middle of that huge, empty yard. With that, the young boy bites his lip, furious with himself for being so cowardly in that moment. Arriving at the workshop, the little one watches the blacksmith working hard while his mother rests peacefully in the background. With a sweet look, the woman notices her son arriving and asks if he had a lot of fun outside. But the boy lies with a smile on his face, saying everything was great so as not to worry her. The woman then notices something strange in her son's behavior and remains silent, observing every detail. In a firm tone, the father asks where his training tool is, suspecting it was taken from him again. In that instant, the mother understands the situation and says she needs to get the item back for her beloved little one. But the craftsman warns that even if they get it back, the bullies will just steal the object again next time. Striking the metal, the old man yells that his son doesn't even have the courage to ask for help when he needs it. With that, the blacksmith complains that he didn't raise the boy to be so fearful and passive. A few months pass, and the little blonde boy appears, crying hard with a golden glint in his eyes. In the hospital hallway, the father grabs the doctor by his lab coat and demands to know why they can't do anything more. The blacksmith then asks if they are just going to wait for her to pass away without trying any other kind of treatment. Inside the room, the woman calls her son in a very weak voice while lying on the hospital bed. With his eyes full of tears, the boy holds her hand tightly and begs her not to go. The mother then says that his father calls him a coward, but she knows he's really just too kind-hearted. But she explains that kindness without strength can be cruel and end up hurting the people he loves most. With that, the woman asks him to become very strong and to use that power with bravery in the future. The woman then asks him to take good care of his father and believes that one day her son will be a great awakened one. At that moment, the heart monitor stops beeping and shows that her time is up. Crying desperately, the boy promises he will be the strongest and bravest awakened one in the whole world. He then lets out a cry of pain, calling for his mother as he is left alone in that dark room. The young man then remembers feeling very scared when he first met the protagonist because of his incredible power. The blonde boy recalls thinking he was just a temporary ally, but soon realized the dark-haired man was special. He saw that the hero faced hundreds of awakened ones alone, showing incomparable strength. At that moment, the memory shows the young man facing a disaster beast with extraordinary courage. But behind the serious face, the warrior always helped his partners with unexpected kindness. The blonde then reveals to the veteran that the reason he wants to be strong is to follow in the master's footsteps. With a determined look, the young man states that the dark-haired man is exactly the kind of awakened one he always dreamed of being. But the boy lowers his head and says he's a talentless coward who could never reach such a high level. With that, the blonde boy smiles with blood on his face and says that fighting alongside the hero is enough for him. Suddenly, the dragon suit's transformation is complete, and the little warrior unleashes a dark power. With his body covered in the red armor, the young man leaps over the logs and faces his new opponent. At that moment, the monster shows its sharp fangs as smoke billows menacingly from its mouth. The protagonist then observes the beast from a distance and realizes his friend has completely lost control. With its eyes fixed on the target, the creature roars loudly and prepares for a deadly combat in the middle of the forest. With that, the system announces that Wind Blade has been activated, and a blue energy appears on the beast's claws. With a swift movement, the opponent launches a powerful air slash that tears through everything in its path. In that instant, the dark-haired man activates his magic detection, and his eyes glow with an intense blue light. But the hero realizes the skill belongs to a wind elemental and wonders how the blonde boy got it. The attack then grazes past the young man and hits the tree behind him with incredible impact force. With that, the fighter's unsure if this is an effect of the armor or if a creature is controlling his partner. With that, the protagonist activates the Thunderbreaker and swears he'll knock some sense into his friend. The armored beast charges with everything it has, and the young dark-haired man can barely withstand the impact of the heavy blow. With a terrifying roar, the monster shows it has completely lost control and now only seeks total destruction. With that, the young man realizes that the magical aura belongs to his friend but doesn't understand why he's being attacked. With his eyes glowing like embers, the hero is shocked to see that the situation has gotten completely out of hand. The creature then pleads in a faint voice for the protagonist to end its suffering quickly. At that moment, the combatant sweats nervously, as he never imagined having to face his own ally. But the scaled monster doesn't stop and continues its fierce assault, destroying everything around it with its claws. With his body tense, the fighter braces for the worst and focuses his energy to try and survive the onslaught. Suddenly, the veteran Jazuk appears with his giant blade and blocks the deadly attack, saving his pupil. With great force, the warrior in blue armor pushes the beast back, showing he won't retreat. With that, the impact of the punch sends the opponent flying while dust rises, covering the entire battlefield. The master then warns that the blonde boy has transformed into the worst-case scenario, and the dark-haired man agrees worriedly. With unbelievable speed, the enemy moves like a red blur, putting both combatants on high alert. In that instant, the beast begins to circle the pair, leaving a trail of destruction wherever it goes. The veteran explains that the dragon armor has swallowed the boy's consciousness, and now he has become an animal. With that, the protagonist thinks he needs to get that equipment off him soon, before it's too late. But the man in armor warns that it's useless, as the suit has already completely fused with the boy's body. He recalls an old case where an awakened one was consumed by his power and was never able to return to normal. With a focused gaze, the master grips his sword tightly and prepares to do what is necessary. With that, the young dark-haired man is speechless, understanding that his training partner might be finished today. The veteran then states coldly that the only option left is to eliminate the creature once and for all. He offers to deliver the final blow and tells the hero to get out of there so he doesn't have to see this cruel scene. But the black-haired young man says he will take care of it himself and stops the master from committing this act. With that, he asks his friend to follow Aiden's trail and rescue the prisoner from that ice beast. The protagonist then summons his faithful death hound as a blue light shines brightly in the area. At that moment, the veteran accepts the request and says he's counting on the dark-haired man's strength to handle everything. He states that if the monster escapes, it will become even more dangerous, so it needs to be stopped now. With a battle cry, the hero and his wolf charge at the scaled beast, beginning an epic combat. With that, the impact of their two powers makes the ground tremble, and the creature retreats, feeling the pressure from the new opponent. The wind blade technique is then activated and cuts through the air with enough power to slice through any defense. Observing the attacks, the young man realizes his transcendence ability hasn't activated in this fight yet. With that, the warrior's face is grazed, and blood starts to trickle down during the direct confrontation. The dark-haired man then faces his opponent and concludes that his blonde friend doesn't actually want to harm him for real. With that, the young Iberia takes on his monstrous form and lets out a terrifying roar as he loses consciousness. But the system announces that the Thousand Wind Blades technique has been activated, and the suit's power skyrockets. With that, the dragon combatant flies high and fires several blue energy slashes at the target on the ground. In that instant, the hero is surrounded by the cutting blasts, but remains motionless as he focuses on the fight. He walks bravely through the attacks, showing a dark look that signals the start of his comeback. But the armor's wearer lets out a cry of agony, and tears stream down as he fights against the pain. Far away, a servant informs his master that they managed to capture Aiden, but the White Ogre and the Flame Demon King were defeated by a human. But the Lord doesn't care about the loss, saying that capturing the blacksmith was what mattered most at that moment. The servant also reports that Lord Saro Shokuma is in trouble, and the master says his only job was to keep the elite saviors busy. Then the many-eyed messenger says that Lord Saro is facing just a single special class savior. Hearing this, the demon master is surprised and wonders who this human capable of holding Saro off alone could be, and then asks for his name. The servant then replies that their informant says this man has the strongest body of all. He then reveals that the warrior's name is Heighten Akira, and the scene cuts to an intense fight between two powerful beings. We see a white-haired man trading blows with a giant creature, and the impact of their hits is immense. Their battle is on such a high level that it's destroying everything around them and creating a massive shockwave. A blue-haired warrior watches in shock, wondering how the fight that started yesterday isn't over yet, as his own wounds have already healed. The combatant is amazed to be able to witness a fight at this power level so up close. The giant creature is revealed to be one of the 8 demon lords, and he seems furious about the situation. A woman with glasses watches the fight with concern, saying that the man is taking hits powerful enough to break the ground. She then thinks that she needs to do something, because if the warrior goes down, no one else will be able to stop the beast. But another warrior stops her and tells her not to worry, as Heighten isn't weak enough to be taken down by an attack of that level. From a distance, we see the destruction caused by the battle, and the blue-haired warrior is stunned by the level of this fight. The other fighter then says that all special class saviors are monsters at the pinnacle of humanity and shouldn't be underestimated. The demon lord then slams a powerful punch into the ground, creating a massive crater on the spot. With its red eyes glowing, the creature glares at its opponent, and it seems to be getting even more serious. The monster's body begins to grow and get more muscular, and the human looks like an ant beside it. The helmeted warrior says it's been a while since he's seen Heighten's second form, and the woman wonders what he means. Just then, Heighten transforms, his aura changing completely, and the young woman says he looks like a different person. She then explains that in this state, his stats increase tremendously, but in exchange, he becomes extremely brutal. We see the transformed warrior's face, and he seems to have lost control and become a wild beast. The combatant then fearlessly faces the demon's giant fist, bracing for impact. The helmeted man then says that the title the warrior gets in this form is quite a peculiar one. A fiery aura with eyes appears behind the fighter as he charges forward, and he is called the Tyrant. With that, the human lands a mighty punch on the demon's face, sending it flying far away. The warrior then lands on the ground, surrounded by an aura of destruction that shows his immense power. He stands amidst the destruction with a calm look, but his power is so great it frightens everyone watching. We see the warrior in his tyrant form, covered in wounds, but his presence is terrifying and imposing. The blue-haired woman wonders where he is going, and the helmeted man answers that he must be headed to destroy the source of the barrier. She is surprised and happy, as she thought he would lose control, but the fighter still manages to maintain his consciousness. The helmeted warrior then explains that if he were to attack everyone indiscriminately, his power would be nothing more than a great calamity, because that way, the fighter could never be a true guardian of humanity or a special class savior. With that, the hero reaches the barrier's source and punches with all his might to destroy the monolith in one go. We see the eyes of the demon and the warrior, and the man slowly starts to revert to his normal form. His body is battered and he's confused. He doesn't understand anything and wonders why he's there. He looks at the fallen enemy on the ground and wonders if it's over. But someone else emerges from the shadows. An older man supports him and says he's still as much of a meddler as ever. With the demon lord's defeat, the huge red barrier that covered the whole area finally vanishes. The woman with glasses lets out a big sigh of relief, wondering if the great threat is finally over. The helmeted man then asks if she was really going to make a great sacrifice to heal him, and the young woman nods. He then says that's not like her at all and that she's getting to be more and more like the protagonist. With her face completely red, the woman becomes very embarrassed and denies her companion's accusation. She then wonders how our hero is doing, and the warrior reassures her, saying he's with good reinforcements. Meanwhile, Iberia, in his monster form, is crying and wondering why his friend won't dodge his attacks. The protagonist is then struck by several attacks and thinks that the physical pain helps numb the ache in his heart. Even covered in injuries, the young man faces his transformed friend without backing down a single step. In a swift move, he grabs the creature's face, stopping its attack with his own hands. He then calls his partner's name as a dark, purple energy starts to radiate from his body. With a determined look, the young man says this will end right now, and prepares for the final move. He then pushes a sphere of dark energy into the creature's mouth in an attempt to purify its soul. The purple energy then courses through the monster's entire body in an attempt to drive out the curse. The protagonist then hugs his friend tightly as the dark energy does its work. With that, the dragon armor starts to shatter and fall to the ground in pieces. The warrior then catches his friend, who has finally returned to his normal human form. Crying and injured, the blonde boy apologizes for messing everything up again. He sobs, saying he just didn't want to be a burden to his partner in that situation. But the hero comforts him and says with a serious look that he has never once considered him a burden. With tears in his eyes, the young blonde man asks if that's true, and his friend reassures him with his words. The hero then reveals that the monster's plan wasn't to get rid of his father, but to use him for something. Filled with hope, the boy asks the protagonist to save the blacksmith, and he accepts the mission without hesitation. The young man then glares at the great villain's shadow and promises to take down the demon responsible for everything. With a look full of rage, He vows to defeat the enemy with his own 2 hands. The young blonde man begins to lose his strength, his body growing weaker by the second. With one last smile, he says he's happy he could talk with his partner one final time. With his last breath, he asks his friend to look after something very important to him in the future. Just then, the boy's body vanishes in the hero's arms, and the prophecy is fulfilled in the worst possible way. Far away, the demon lord says that this was only the beginning of his grand, evil plan. With a wicked smile, he vows to take everything from the protagonist in the most heartless way imaginable. Meanwhile, a group of warriors makes their way through a dark forest at night. One of them complains that even after the battle, they had to escort Izumi through the mountains. He explains that Heighten was so exhausted after his fight that he could barely even stand. Just then, the woman in the group senses a strange wave of overwhelming emotion coming from somewhere. She then points into the darkness and tells everyone that the source of this energy is just ahead. The blue-haired warrior draws his sword and shouts, asking who is out there in the darkness. But the woman recognizes the back of the person sitting down and is surprised by the sight. She then asks if that's Tenma, and sees the young man is holding the body of his fallen friend. With his face bruised and battered, the protagonist greets his masters, who just arrived. The warrior is shocked by his injuries and asks what happened in that place. Just then, another man appears with a giant wolf and says he'll explain the whole situation. The group is surprised, wondering if there is someone else out there in the dark forest. The newcomer introduces himself as the first-class savior named Bokudo Jazuke. The woman then questions him about his mission to protect the blacksmith who was taken. We see an image of the 3 main villains, the heroes, faced on that tragic night. With eyes red from anger, the helmeted man looks extremely frustrated with the result. He then hangs his head and admits in a heavy voice that they were overcome by their enemies. The narration explains that the battle ended in the worst way imaginable, with heavy losses on their side. Jazuke then starts to explain that after the abduction, he tracked the beasts with his wolf. But Jazuke explains that he and his wolf only managed to find some of the creature's clones in the forest. He then says the beast of disaster was very clever and left copies behind to throw them off the trail. The blue-haired woman then asks about our protagonist's condition at that moment. She replies that they're just scratches and the bleeding has stopped, but he refuses to receive treatment. Worried, the warrior says she can feel the flames of rage inside him burning stronger than ever, and she fears that if this continues, her friend's heart will be completely swallowed by hatred. Alone in his room, the young man looks at a photo of Iberia's family on a table. The photo shows the little blonde boy looking very happy next to his parents on a sunny day. With this, the hero remembers the first time he met Iberia, who introduced himself very excitedly. He also recalls a day when he carried his tired friend on his back after a long journey. Another memory surfaces of the blonde boy saying he would never leave his side, not even for a step. The young man even remembers his partner excitedly insisting on giving a name to his wolf, Shikigami. Back in the present, the protagonist's expression is a mix of grief and silent fury. He then stands up and calls his wolf by the name of Death, saying they need to go. The creature howls, and its level 20 stats are shown, along with its attack and agility points. The young man then faces his companion and says he's going to hunt the beast of disaster that caused all of this. With his eyes glowing red, he vows to crush the enemy with all his strength. The young man then leaves the room with the wolf following him, but his path is blocked by someone. Master Izumi is standing in the doorway, blocking his path with an imposing and somber presence. The protagonist then looks at the group and asks what is going on and why the mood is so strange. All the warriors are gathered in the room, watching the young man with serious and worried looks. The blue-haired combatant thinks that this is the second disciple and recalls his great achievements. He concludes that the young man is strong but also cold, as he had to deal with his own friend. Izumi then asks where he thinks he's going, and the boy says he is going to rescue the captured blacksmith. His master simply says no, and the young man gets angry, asking the reason for that decision. The helmeted man explains that the League has classified the incident as a special level threat, and in order to participate in the rescue mission, one needs to be a second-class savior. Finally, he says that the protagonist doesn't have that qualification yet, and his eyes glow with rage. The young man explodes in fury and yells that he promised to rescue Aiden, and he will keep his promise. The others are shocked, and the woman asks her father not to be so harsh with him at that moment. With that, Izumi asks if he's okay with someone passing on because of him. The protagonist is in shock at the question and can't say a single word in response. Then the master says he understands his feelings and blames himself for being careless with Aiden's protection. He also says that the enemies won't get rid of the blacksmith that easily, and going after them now would be a bad idea. The young man remains tense and frustrated with the whole situation, clenching his fist tightly, but his mentor comforts him, saying that he has limitless potential and can surpass the special class, and he promises that when the young man gets stronger, he will push the League to give him the rescue mission. With a determined look, the hero asks what he needs to do to surpass the special level now. The helmeted man then reveals that the best way to do that is by joining the Apex camp. The young man is confused by the name and repeats it, not understanding what it is. His master then explains that the top 10 from the national tournament preliminaries are invited there, and all who survive become a key force for humanity, and the next one starts in 3 days. He continues, saying that if the young man passes the trials, he won't just rank well in the tournament, but it will also be a shortcut to becoming a special class savior much faster. With that, the protagonist accepts on the spot and says with conviction that he will join the camp. The helmeted man then says that first, they need to take care of his body, which is all banged up. The blue-haired woman uses her green butterfly magic to heal all of the young man's injuries. While being healed, he asks her if she knows anything about this so-called training camp. She says she does, and he mentions that his master said it's a perfect place to gain real strength. The warrior confirms that only the best of the best geniuses manage to get into that place, but she continues her sentence, saying that is exactly why the place is so dangerous for everyone. Because she has seen many people who were considered geniuses, their whole lives go there full of confidence. But upon arriving, they realize they are just ordinary people and end up breaking down mentally. The young woman then defines it as a training ground for geniuses, but also as their graveyard. And the training is so brutal that every year, bad things happen to the event's participants. The protagonist says that a place like that is perfect for what he needs. The woman with glasses is shocked and speechless at the young man's completely unexpected response. Now healed, he stands up and says he was worried he wouldn't find any real opponents to fight. With a determined gaze, he states that he can only grow by fighting truly powerful enemies. The warrior is left stunned and slightly flushed by the intensity and confidence in the young man's words. The young man then notices the young woman's flushed face and asks if she used too much energy to heal him. All embarrassed, she denies it and says her body just gets warm when she uses the ability for a long time. Just then, the warrior thinks that this is the first time she's been able to hear her heart beating so clearly. With her face all red and her head spinning, she wonders what she is even thinking at that moment. Now dressed, the protagonist thanks her for the help, and the young woman asks where he is going now. With a somber expression on his face, the young man says he needs to say goodbye to someone important. The scene then cuts to a forest, and we see the hero alongside Jazuk in front of a grave. The headstone reveals Iberia's name, and we see his sword along with some flowers as a tribute. Jazuk apologizes for making him go through this, but the young man says it was his own choice. The warrior then asks if he is leaving already, and the young man confirms he's going to train at the camp for his revenge. The young man explains that Jazuk saved him, and if it weren't for him, the beasts would have already taken his life. He continues, saying that his armor and his weapon were gifts from his mentor, and since his master gave him a new life, the young man promises he will find him again, no matter what. With that, the protagonist makes a gesture to his mentor as a sign of his promise and determination. Stepping back a bit, He points to Jazook and warns him not to dare pass on before they see each other again. With a clenched fist, the hero swears he will become a savior and rescue Aiden alongside his master. At this, Jazook seems impressed by the boy's attitude and thinks there's no way for him to look cool anymore. Beside Iberia's grave, the warrior then replies that he will be waiting for him to come back. With a fist bump, the two seal their promise with a gesture of camaraderie and trust. Far away, we see Izumi and his daughter observing the whole scene in silence and with great admiration. The young woman comments that even though he was shattered just hours ago, the young man has already managed to pick himself back up. The young man then reveals that he has just locked all his negative emotions deep in his heart for now. Her father says there are many suspicious points about the attack, and he will call a meeting with the commanders. In the meantime, he leaves the protagonist in his daughter's care so she can handle everything. With a confident smile, the warrior accepts the mission and tells her father to leave everything to her. The young man sees his companion looking very happy and asks why she's making that stone-faced expression. He then calls her sensei and asks where they are going, but she says the information is secret. The young woman explains that she will be his guardian, and the hero doesn't like being treated like a child by her. Losing his patience, the boy asks what they are going to do next, and she points straight ahead. She holds out her hand and says they are going straight to the central continent for the Apex camp. The scene changes, and we see a large explosion that takes us to the recent past of a certain event. In it, our protagonist is shown with a dark aura and a menacing look full of anger. We see a man with glasses screaming in pain as he takes a powerful blow to the face. Battered and out of strength, the young man falls to his knees on the ground, completely defeated from the onslaught. With a cold stare, the hero looks down at his fallen enemy, and his presence is frighteningly strong. With a clenched fist, he delivers a final blow to the man to end the fight once and for all. Back in the present, the young man is covered in bandages and cries out in pain from his hospital bed. He writhes in agony on the gurney and seems to be having a horrible nightmare about what happened. His mother then rushes to calm him down and tells him not to be afraid, because she is there to protect him. She then asks with a gentle voice if he dreamed about the person who hurt him again. With clenched teeth, the young man vows he will pay back all the pain he suffered 100 times over. He says he will make his enemy taste a world of hurt, and his mother comforts him with a promise. She tells him that his older brother is back and will be able to get revenge for him for what he went through. At that moment, a giant, shadowy figure appears in the doorway of the room and slowly approaches. The young man begs his older brother to get revenge for him and take down the one who did this. The shadowy figure then asks if the name of the person, who that to him was Tenma Itsuki. The young man confirms it and says he's just an orphan with no one who came in first in the preliminaries. At this, the older brother realizes that if he placed first, he will definitely be at the camp. With a wicked smile on his face, he vows that he will crush our protagonist when he finds him. Right then, the blue-haired woman arrives with the protagonist and lets him know they've finally reached their destination. The young man looks out in awe at the massive glass dome, thinking the view is absolutely spectacular. Several people walk toward the grand entrance of the facility, while he nods in agreement with the lady. Then, the guy watches the other warriors passing by, carrying themselves with a whole lot of pride. Just then, the mentor warns him that she can't go inside, so he'll have to carry on alone from here. She hands the boy a bracelet, explaining that it's an essential item for the camp. Looking down at the silver object in his hand, the woman advises her student to keep a low profile in there. The hero agrees and starts walking toward the main gate, leaving his friend behind. But the female warrior watches the boy from a distance, admitting she's pretty worried about how he'll handle things. The young man then reaches the reception desk and announces he'd like to sign up as a participant. A tired-looking receptionist holds out his hand and asks to see the rookie's bracelet. Without saying much, the protagonist simply hands over the silver device to the staff member. Right at that moment, the man places the object into a glowing machine that scans the user's data. Watching the whole thing, The boy notices that even the front desk staff are above level 40 around here. Soon, the screen displays the guy's information, revealing he is at level 0 with a special class. The receptionist finds it weird for a level 0 to get in and figures the rookie used connections to pass. But the man thinks to himself that connections mean nothing here, and the boy's spirit will be broken soon enough. So, the staff member tells the rookie to pick a room and pay the camp's accommodation fee. The hero is totally shocked by the charge and asks himself in disbelief if it really costs money to stay there. With a smirk, the attendant confirms it, pointing out that this place isn't a charity. The young man starts breaking into a cold sweat, regretting that he's completely broke and wondering what to do now. Noticing his desperation, the man mentions that those who passed should have earned some points in the preliminaries. He explains that wealth here is defined by the points you earn, which are deposited directly into your account. The attendant goes on to say that points serve as currency to buy food and pay for housing. Hearing this, the guy reflects on how important the score is and figures he must have earned enough. Right then, the receptionist taps his fingers impatiently on the desk and tells the rookie to hurry up and choose. Completely confident, the protagonist stares down the staff member and asks how much the most luxurious room costs. The options are then shown as standard room is 100, the luxury one is 500, and the mansion is 2,000. He thinks a simple room would do, but then remembers he needs plenty of space for his massive wolf. Without hesitating, the young man gives a serious look and says he wants to stay in the camp's enormous mansion. The attendant's eyes widen in absolute shock, completely stunned by the boy's ridiculous choice. But the hero ignores the warnings about saving his currency and just asks the man to process the paperwork already. The staff member starts typing furiously on the keyboard, warning the young man not to come crying later. After finishing the registration, the man reaches out and hands the silver bracelet back to the new participant. He mentions that once you enter the camp, everyone's information becomes private, and the boy just nods. With that, the staff member watches the rookie walk away, wondering just how many points he actually scored. Curious to know the truth, the man clicks his computer mouse to check the boy's data. At that exact moment, the attendant's face drops into pure shock, and he lets out a gasp at what he sees. Sweating bullets. He stares at the monitor in utter disbelief, wondering if there's some kind of mistake. The screen then reveals the young man's absurd score, which passes the unbelievable mark of 100,000 points. Completely defeated, the man slumps back into his chair, crying over the fact that he only ever earned a measly amount. Meanwhile, the boy walks casually through the crowded courtyard, looking totally chilled out about everything. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks, looking like he just remembered something incredibly important. The hero puts his hand to his head, sweating nervously as he realizes he forgot to ask for directions. The boy lets out a frustrated sigh at his own cluelessness and decides to head back to the front desk. But then, he notices two mysterious warriors with glowing eyes standing right in front of him. Giving them a suspicious look, the protagonist faces the warriors and asks if they need any help. The two flash bizarre smiles, introducing themselves in a friendly way and offering to guide the newcomer. Getting straight to the point, the young man asks where the mansion is, and the duo just point the way, confirming the spot. Upon hearing the word mansion, the two warriors lose their cool and react with faces of pure shock. The blonde one tells his buddy to wait a second while he tries to remember where the mansion is, and the hero notices something sketchy. The boy then watches the two of them whispering, questioning why they're plotting something in secret. Just then, a white-haired cat girl shows up, who happened to finish 5th in the northern preliminaries. Watching the scene from afar, she realizes the duo is using the old tour guide excuse to steal points again. With a smirk, the young woman wonders what kind of idiot would fall for such a cheap trick this time. But suddenly her eyes widen in pure shock as she recognizes exactly who the victim of that trap is. At that moment, she realizes the target is none other than the powerhouse, who scored over 100,000 in the preliminaries. The girl flashes a super excited smile, concluding that things are about to get really interesting around here. Meanwhile, the blonde guy talks about the mansion and guesses the rookie must have finished first place somewhere. The scammer goes on to explain that most of the time, these guys are just rich, spoiled brats. With a greedy look, he concludes that these rich kids are total cowards, making them the perfect targets. The duo swears they'll strip the boy of all his points, but he quickly speaks up, saying he'll find the place on his own. However, the blonde guy puts on a fake smile and rubs his hands together, claiming he just remembered the right way. With that, the scene shifts, showing a beautiful overview of the camp with its multiple domes in the late afternoon. Far from there, two warriors watch the scene and comment that the boy fell right into the trap of the southern rejects. They feel bad for the protagonist, claiming he already looks weak and is about to lose all his hard-earned points. Then, two strong fighters cross paths with the hero, noticing him walking alongside the scammers. The orange-haired fighter recognizes the young man and feels sorry that he got mixed up with that duo right off the bat. But the warrior brushes the situation aside, stating his only goal here is to surpass the great champion of the North. Finally, the group arrives at the luxury residential area, and the hero is blown away by how massive the place is. Standing behind the boy, the two scammers reveal their true colors with wicked grins on their faces. The blonde guy cracks his knuckles threateningly and announces it's time to pay the tour guide fee. Showing no fear at all, the protagonist agrees to the charge, saying he should probably leave a tip for the help. The two tricksters are left totally confused and surprised by how easily the young man agreed to pay up. The hero then raises his hand, showing off his silver bracelet, and casually asks how much the duo wants. The big guy asks for 500 points, but the blonde one pushes his hand away and demands 1,000 points instead. The young man thinks that's a steep price, but agrees anyway, leaving the scammers shocked by his totally calm attitude. While the boy asks how to make the transfer, the blonde guy whispers to his buddy, calling him a coward and a total idiot. Seeing this, the big guy decides to push his luck, claiming it took too long and raising the price to 5,000. With that, the duo aggressively surrounds the boy, demanding he hand over everything he's got if he can't pay. At that exact moment, the hero's expression completely changes and he drops his head, realizing what's actually happening. With his eyes glowing red, the young man glares at the duo and asks if they are trying to rob him. A menacing red aura wraps around the boy's body, making the scammers back off, absolutely terrified. Still, the blonde guy tries to keep up appearances, telling him to cough up the points already, while the big guy starts sweating heavily. The protagonist ignores the threat and starts walking right toward them, warning them that he's already losing his patience. The blonde guy loses his cool, charging up a fist full of lightning and threatening to turn the young man to ash. Filled with anger, the scammer rushes forward at high speed, activating his rank B skill to strike. The punch hits the hero right in the chest, but he simply absorbs the lightning technique, gaining even more agility. Seeing his attack do absolutely nothing, the scammer's eyes widen in shock, because the target didn't even flinch. In a fraction of a second, the young man delivers a brutal counter, slamming the blonde guy's body hard onto the ground. The big guy breaks into a cold sweat, completely terrified as he realizes his eyes couldn't even track the attack. With that, the powerhouse decides to go all out, activating his special ability and transforming his right arm. With a violent swing, he throws a massive punch at the hero, creating a huge shockwave in the area. But to the attacker's horror, the protagonist catches that giant fist with just one hand, completely effortless. The warrior realizes his opponent has rule, breaking abilities, and decides to buff up both of his arms now. Totally desperate, the big guy unleashes an insane flurry of giant punches, trying to crush the boy. However, the hero uses his new agility to dodge every single blow with extreme ease and incredible speed. Making a perfect counter rush, the young man dives right through the attacks and lands a powerful blow on his rival's chest. The impact shatters the big guy's defense, making him spit up blood as he lets out a cry of pure agony. Slamped on the ground, the scammer can't comprehend how his defense was broken, asking in terror what kind of person the boy even is. Meanwhile, the protagonist moves through the air, looking like he's practically floating because he's moving so fast around the injured scammer. Next, the boy lands softly back on the ground and starts walking away, while the big guy groans in pain. With his eyes glowing red, the young man channels a heavy dark aura and lets them know exactly where he came from. He states his name as Itsuki Tenma, and his critical hit ability activates, coating his fist. Showing no mercy, the hero lands a decisive punch straight to the scammer's face, knocking him out cold on the ground. Seeing his partner drop unconscious, the blonde guy goes into a total panic, sweating bullets and begging him to stop. But the young man realizes he made a slip, up thinking to himself that he almost totally wrecked the big guy with that critical fist. Fully focused and with a face full of anger, he throws a threatening glare and orders the two of them to get lost. The scammers run away terrified, screaming at the top of their lungs that the rookie is a complete monster. The white-haired girl watches the whole thing, finding the way he completely dismantled the duo incredibly impressive. Just then, the speakers spread across the camp blast out a loud noise, catching everyone's attention. After a voice announces that the test is about to begin, the girl stretches excitedly, getting ready for the event. Hearing the announcement, the protagonist recalls his master's warning that half the competitors get dropped in this phase. Determined, the young man starts walking toward the area, thinking to himself that he'll have to give this test everything he's got. Arriving at the scene, the boy looks out at the massive crowd gathered there, noticing the high level of the warriors. Suddenly, someone places a hand on his shoulder from behind, seeming excited to run into him. In an instant reflex, the hero spins his body violently around, his eyes glowing with pure survival instinct. The young man stops his punch just millimeters away from his friend Saya's face, who blinks a few times in shock. Realizing he almost attacked his own friend, the boy stands there frozen, stuttering without knowing what to say. The girl jokes around, saying that was a pretty unexpected greeting coming from her usually quiet friend. Calming down, the young man explains he just acted on instinct, and the girl comforts him, calling him paranoid and stressed out. Right then, the warrior with glasses shows up, wondering out loud where Abareya could be at a time like this. The memory of his old partner crying and covered in blood flashes through the protagonist's mind, tormenting him. With a very worried look and sweating anxiously, the pink-haired girl asks if she might have gotten badly hurt. Trying to hide his immense sadness, the hero looks up and states coldly that the lady just stayed back at home. His friend comforts the boy, saying a good rest would do her some good, while the guy with glasses throws an arm around his shoulder. He then keeps talking, saying that Saya was super worried, but the girl gives the blonde guy a hard smack on the head, telling him to shut up. Ignoring the playful banter, the protagonist thinks about how weak he felt in his last battle and his desire to keep getting stronger. But the two of them are surprised to hear him admit he feels weak, right until a voice echoes through the loudspeakers. With the announcement calling for immediate silence, the head examiner steps onto the stage, drawing everyone's eyes. The voice informs them that before the test begins, they need to know that none of their past achievements matter here at Camp Apex. The masked man warns through a megaphone that talent inside these walls is the only thing that matters for each participant's growth. He finishes by revealing that everyone will start fresh from zero, and the boy's friend listens in shock and surprise at the warning. The blonde guy also tenses up, thinking about how his entire record is being wiped clean, realizing the high pressure they'll be under from now on. With that, he opens up his screen to check his data, feeling amazed by the fact that his actual level can't be seen by anyone. The masked man finally kicks off the test, and a massive portal appears as the starting point, indicating the evaluation grounds. Following the command from the radio voice, all the competitors march forward eagerly and in perfect order toward the location. On the outside, the instructor rubs his hands together with a proud smile, feeling the intense motivation radiating from the group. The dome was packed with warriors who looked around impressed, whispering about the shocking scale of the entire arena. Stepping into the new facility, the hero walks silently and highly focused amidst the endless gossip buzzing through the massive crowd. But he's interrupted by a man confronting him in a mocking tone, which leaves him with a rather confused look on his face. Surprised, the boy notices a white-haired warrior wearing a cloak has appeared, with the defeated duo from earlier standing right behind him. They start complaining about the young man, spinning a story about how he attacked the two of them for simply trying to guide him. The silver-haired man furrows his brow in anger and asks in a deep voice what his excuse is for what happened. His pink-haired friend tries to step in, speaking up to defend her loved one, but the situation doesn't seem to convince the powerful enemy. The blonde friend then fires back against the false accusations, calling his lackeys nothing but arrogant, troublesome bums. Furious over the insult to his disciples, the enemy throws a lightning-fast, powerful punch, sending the guy flying away in the blink of an eye. He then drops a threatening warning, stating the other guy better keep his filthy hands off him. Steaming with rage after taking a hit straight to the face, the warrior grabs Tenma's neck, ready to take on the unfair opponent. Even though he dislikes the silver-haired man, the boy keeps his calm demeanor, warning the opponent that his time will come. With his eyes glowing red, the hero stares down his rival and warns them not to lay a finger on his friends. But the silver-haired man strikes in the blink of an eye, sending the young man's body flying far across the room. Just then, the pink-haired young woman steps into the argument, pointing out that the test is literally about to start right there. The opponent flashes a smirk and suggests they settle it in the training area after the exam is over. With a serene look, the young man simply accepts the challenge without showing a single drop of fear. Following that, the group enters the facility and soon spots a glowing portal sitting in the middle of the darkness. That very instant, a powerful spotlight suddenly flashes on, illuminating the entire dark room. Soon, the instructor silently appears behind the hero, praising the incredible energy of everyone gathered there. He then starts walking around, stating he's going to explain exactly how the entire evaluation works. With a sadistic smile on his face, the man announces that this particular test has absolutely no rules. Hearing this, the other warriors are left in complete shock, finding the whole setup totally absurd. With that, the man points toward 4 doors and announces that everyone is free to choose their own order. The masked man explains the grading system, revealing that anyone scoring below 60 will be instantly disqualified. Some candidates look pretty relieved to find out that the use of potions and items is completely unrestricted. The friend with glasses sighs about being fresh out of items, but the girl cheers him up, reminding him that they trained incredibly hard. The girl then approaches the protagonist, asking which tests they should tackle first. The hero claims he doesn't care about the order and decides to head into the nearest room, showing massive confidence. Arriving at the chosen door, his friend cracks a wide smile, thinking it's an awesome coincidence. They arrive at the defense arena, and the blonde guy brags about being a total expert when it comes to defending. As the 3 of them step into the hall, they spot a man with a highly intimidating posture waiting at the far end. The guy with glasses points at the lonely figure, guessing that he must be the examiner for this room. Being a level 40 Earth user, the intimidating man welcomes the competitors to his arena. He levitates a few rocks around himself, warning them that he will attack using 5 completely different difficulties. The powerhouse continues his warning, revealing that the only mission here is to try and survive the incoming strikes. With that, the instructor orders the students forward and immediately calls up the young man with glasses as the first up. The guy is totally taken aback to hear his name, wondering if he really has to go first right out of the gate. The pink-haired girl wishes her ally good luck, who claims he isn't afraid of taking a few hits from some stones. The instructor announces the start of the big trial, allowing the student to activate his abilities beforehand. With that, the candidate decides not to hold back and instantly transforms his own arms into polished, glowing metal. Crossing both of his heavy arms, the blonde guy raises his guard, boosting his own defense even further. The Earth Giant summons a small fragment of glowing rock, marking the first level of the test. He then fires the small rock with force, creating an extremely fast beam of light. The glowing missile slams right into the metallic defense, but the warrior doesn't even feel the impact against his arms. Full of confidence, the young blonde guy complains about being bored and immediately asks the examiner to crank up the difficulty. Answering the arrogant request, the The giant shapes a massive volcanic rock completely covered in raging flames. In an instant, the giant sphere is hurled at the blonde guy, tearing through the air like a literal meteor. The intense, flaming ball hits the fighter dead, triggering a terrible, energy-filled collision. The absurd impact kicks up a massive cloud of dust, forcing the rookie to hold his ground with every ounce of strength. Watching the destruction, his pink-haired ally gets deeply worried about her companion's safety. But the dust quickly settles, revealing the warrior with glasses holding up a thumb to signal his victory. With an analytical gaze, the hero uses his magic vision and notices that the boulders are actually made of pure mana. He deduces that those artifacts possess surreal hardness, capable of dealing incredibly fatal damage. With that, the quiet hero notices that his companion's large steel hands are already shaking pretty badly. Sweating from exhaustion, the candidate admits that his durable body doesn't really want to take the next punishment. The bald giant questions the boy's limit, but receives an arrogant demand for level 3 next. Swallowing the pain, the guy reinforces his protection, thinking the next step wouldn't bring about his defeat. The instructor mercilessly materializes a colossal disc of magic, spinning just like a real buzzsaw. Facing its immense size, the student yells and ducks his whole body down, hoping not to get dragged away by the shockwave. The brutality of the giant stone hits the target without mercy, destroying the metallic block in a single millisecond. Completely crushed, the young man is blasted into the air while spitting up blood from the force of the fatal impact. With her eyes wide open, the girl is left in total shock after witnessing the result of that absurd power. With that, the blonde guy with glasses is shown lying on the floor, completely wrecked after taking the hit from that technique. The two friends then rush over desperately to help their ally, who is thrown in the middle of a thick cloud of dust. But the injured warrior raises his hand, signaling that he's still alive despite taking so much damage. At that moment, the young man struggles to get up, admitting that level 3 is way stronger than he ever expected. Watching the scene, the instructor is quite impressed and states that his score is going to be very good. Right after that, the giant announces that the next one up to be tested will be the powerful protagonist, Itsuki Tenma. With that, the hero helps his friend up so he can walk out of the arena with at least a bit of his dignity intact. The guy then warns the hero to be careful, as the power of those rocks increases drastically with each level. The examiner then looks at the new challenger and asks which difficulty level he wants to face now. He reflects that his defense is far superior to his buddies, so he has absolutely nothing to fear from this test. Noticing the boy's silence, the man taunts him, asking if he got scared after seeing the damage done. Without changing his expression, the young man faces his opponent and announces he wants to start straight at level 5. At that exact moment, the giant's eyes widen in pure shock, asking if he heard that craziness correctly. Completely confident, the guy raises his hand and doubles down on his request to face the maximum difficulty right away. Hearing that, his two allies go into total panic, thinking the protagonist is essentially committing suicide. Meanwhile, the other competitors start gossiping, saying the rookie is just some random show-off. Without wasting time, the Earth Master summons a gigantic, flaming rock that floats right over his head. Just then, a flashback shows that many have tried this stunt before, only to end up being carried out unconscious. With that, we see that the fate of anyone who fails this test is to be kicked out of the camp in humiliating fashion. The giant then accepts the challenge and hurls the colossal, flame-engulfed stone straight at the quiet hero. Seeing the sheer size of the projectile, the crowd descends into absolute despair, predicting the worst for the boy. But the hero stands completely still in the center of the arena and announces he won't be using any defensive skills. Furious at such blatant arrogance, the examiner scowls and decides not to go easy on the bold kid at all. At that moment, the energy meteor slams into the central point of the arena, creating a terrifying visual impact. A massive explosion rocks the area, creating a shockwave that makes the entire structure shake violently. Because of this, everyone present covers their eyes with their arms to protect themselves from the blinding light and heavy wind. A massive amount of smoke and dust rises into the sky, completely hiding whatever is left of the poor protagonist's body. Watching the destruction, some students comment that the guy is definitely finished after a fatal hit like that. The instructor then grabs his radio and calls for immediate medical help, predicting that the target is in critical condition. Suddenly, one of the warriors points into the middle of the haze, shouting that he saw a shadow moving around in there. At that instant, the giant freezes in shock, and his expression turns into one of pure, absolute terror. Amidst the dense smoke, the hero's silhouette emerges imposingly, revealing that he is still standing perfectly fine on his feet. But the medical unit captain keeps calling over the radio, wanting to know the exact location of the injured person. The device lets out a constant static noise, while a heavy silence takes over all the spectators gathered there. Walking out calmly, the young man steps out of the dust and asks if that was really all the power level 5 had to offer. The examiner is left in complete shock, since he has never seen anyone walk away untouched from an attack like that without using magic. With that, the hero excuses himself and starts walking away while the man concludes to himself that the kid is a real monster. At that moment, the crowd parts ways, absolutely terrified, realizing that the boy's aura is incredibly scary. Soon, the pink-haired girl runs over to praise her friend, while the blonde guy admits he's been completely outclassed. But the protagonist gives a slight smirk and tries to comfort his ally, saying that nobody is perfect in this world. With that, the blonde guy goes to pout in a corner, while the name Sayo Kizaragi is called out for the test. The young woman then gets ready to step into the combat area, while receiving cheers from her two companions. The Earth Giant returns to his post and warns the girl that she needs to activate her techniques right away. The female warrior then activates her rank B skill, creating a powerful wall of water all around her. She asks to take on level 3, and the examiner praises the brave choice of the beautiful fighter. Immediately, the rock is fired and collides with the liquid shield, generating the sound of rushing water. The stone then starts spinning violently, trying to pierce the defense, while the girl holds her ground with bravery. With a sweating face and pure determination, the young woman focuses all her energy to keep her barrier intact. But the final impact creates an absurd amount of pressure, causing water to splash all over the room. Because of this, the girl gasps for breath as the heavy rock drops to the floor after its time runs out. The examiner looks at her and states that her tactic was highly intelligent for that specific trial. He explains that the young woman used the flow of the water to redirect the impact instead of trying to stop it completely. With a serious look, the man says that thinking fast on your feet is the greatest quality of a true savior. At that moment, her two friends praise her performance, while the next candidate is called up, but the girl just smiles all silly, feeling incredibly happy to have received a compliment from her master. The group then walks down the hallway toward the next test, which will be focused entirely on attack power. They arrive at the venue and run into a massive crowd of warriors waiting for their turn. Right then, an instructor wearing sunglasses calmly sips his tea while keeping an eye on the rookies. He then stands up and shouts at the top of his lungs, catching the attention of all those punks gathered there. In an authoritative tone, the man explains that their performance will be measured by the raw force of a single blow. Hearing this, the blonde guy with glasses asks if the target is going to be the teacher himself, and his friend calls him an idiot. But the master just flashes a creepy smile and reveals that the real target will be his summon. With that, he summons a giant monster shaped like a stuffed bear that radiates a bizarre purple aura. Upon seeing the creature, the friends look disgusted, finding the doll super ugly and way too weird. However, the hero's eyes start sparkling, thinking the plush monster is the cutest thing in the world. At that moment, a muscular redhead walks through the room, looking for the protagonist to check out his level. The instructor ignores the gossip and calls up Atsuki Tenma to be the next one to take on the test. The giant redhead watches the young man step forward, getting ready to see what the kid can actually do. He glares at the boy with hatred in his eyes, feeling excited to finally run into his big rival. With that, the opponent flashes a wicked smile, wanting to see what the champion of the North is truly made of. but the protagonist just looks on with boredom as he gets ready to deliver his attack in the arena. The man with glasses then announces they can use bare hands or weapons to strike the doll with everything they've got. The crowd starts laughing, thinking that particular punching bag is going to get wrecked incredibly easily, but the master warns them that not even a level 50 would be capable of breaking his summon here. He demonstrates the trial by delivering a powerful punch that completely deforms the monster. The floating scoreboard then displays 50 points, proving the teacher's hit was pretty strong. He explains that the maximum score is 100, but achieving that is practically impossible here. The examiner scoffs, saying that only someone at his own level could ever get close to that mark. The instructor then sits back down in his chair and officially clears the start of the strength evaluation. Right then, the first warrior rushes forward confidently, swearing he's going to get the maximum grade right away. But the hero warns his friends not to be fooled by the doll, since the master is actually level 45. With that, the instructor goes back to drinking his tea and orders the next student to attack the monster without delay. A muscular fighter then activates an intense green aura, joking that it's a shame he has to hit something so cute. But he needs to secure his spot in the camp, so he concentrates all of his power into his fist. With a battle cry, the guy unleashes a brutal strike straight into the face of the purple stuffed creature. The impact makes a massive sound, but the doll absorbs the punch as if it were absolutely nothing. The scoreboard shows a mere 37 points, leaving the fighter completely shocked by the result. With a bored expression, the man with glasses tells the next candidate to come on up so they don't fall behind schedule. Several others try their luck but score very low marks like 28 or 49. Then, a fighter hits the 77-point mark, taking the spot for the best performance so far. At that moment, the master goes back to reading his swimsuit model magazine while calling the redhead to the arena. The powerhouse walks up with his giant hammer, calling the others a joke for being so incredibly weak. He stares at the doll seriously, realizing the durability of that thing is truly out of this world, but the red-haired giant trusts his strength completely and channels a glowing red energy into his weapon. He then leaps into the air and delivers a devastating hammer strike that makes the entire floor shudder. A massive explosion of energy hits the target, sending a shockwave echoing through the entire arena. With that, the examiner lowers his magazine and comments that the guy's performance wasn't half bad. The scoreboard displays an incredible score of 91 points while the doll stretches out in a bizarre way, but the redhead gets super annoyed, complaining about not being able to reach the perfect score. With that, the red giant thinks to himself that nobody here can beat him in terms of raw strength now. He watches the rookie, remembering his high score, but places full trust in his own legendary hammer. The weapon's stats then reveal a massive attack bonus, along with a highly powerful hidden effect. The powerhouse doesn't care about rankings and figures the hero's power matches his own at best. At that moment, the hero looks at the stuffed doll, feeling a little bad that he has to hit something so cute. Meanwhile, the instructor keeps reading his magazine, figuring just another weakling is stepping up next. Right then, a sinister, reddish aura begins to wrap around the fist of the young man as he gets ready to strike. With his eyes glowing intensely, the hero channels all of his energy, causing cracks of light to appear on his face. He then delivers a devastating punch that tears through the air with a force never before seen in that arena. At that exact instant, a spiral of red energy explodes at the point of impact, creating a brutal vortex. Under such insane pressure, the summoned monster starts getting shredded and torn to pieces by the boy's strike. Oblivious to the chaos, the master with glasses keeps admiring the beautiful models in his favorite summer magazine. Suddenly, a massive explosion happens right behind him, throwing debris and scraps of the doll all over the place. The man gets a terrible fright as he turns to see his creature completely destroyed and splattered against the wall. Sweating bullets, he wonders if the boy is actually just a trainee or some kind of monster in disguise. Amidst the smoke, the hero stands tall and imposing, reflecting on how incredibly efficient his critical hits were. The young man looks down at the remains on the floor, wondering in surprise if that thing is somehow still alive. The stuffed doll's head lies on the ground, completely defeated, while a heavy silence takes over the room. The boy then calmly asks what his score was, and the master reveals that it was a perfect 100. With that, the crowd completely loses their minds, seeing that he surpassed the redhead using nothing but his bare hands. At that moment, the powerhouse is left in a state of utter shock, realizing that the difference in their power is a massive canyon. He understands the score was only 100 because the board can't go any higher, and that a casual punch was superior to his ultimate move. Totally humiliated, the giant lets his hammer fall to the ground while regretting his own arrogance. Looking at the wreckage, the instructor reflects that it would take a level 50 to pull off a feat like that. The examiner adjusts his sunglasses while trying to process the absurd strength of the new student. Worried, the hero thinks the master got angry about the destruction and decides to get out of there as fast as possible. So, the boy starts running away in a panic while the man tries to call him back to explain the situation. With that, the instructor puts the tests on hold for 10 minutes to try and fix his shredded summon. Soon, his friends praise the hero for his insane strength, but he tries to be modest, saying it was just pure luck. The companion with glasses starts mocking the other candidates while his friend tells him to shut his mouth. With the break in the arena, the pink-haired young woman suggests the protagonist head over to do the mana test next. He agrees with the idea and sets a plan to meet his companions back in the central plaza afterward. Walking down the hallway, the hero passes right by the defeated redhead, focusing entirely on his next goal. A massive, glowing sign indicates that the young man has finally arrived at the magic evaluation site. Upon entering, he sees a very beautiful redhead instructor who begins to explain the rules of the test. At that moment, several guys are totally charmed by her beauty, dreaming about scoring a date with her. Watching the scene, the cat girl looks with utter contempt at those idiots who can only think about romance. Suddenly, she notices the hero's presence in the room and gets curious to see how he'll do this time around. But seeing the boy looking toward the instructor, the young woman angrily concludes that all men are exactly the same. Fully focused, the protagonist ignores the distractions and checks out the device sitting under the red cloth. The woman then points to the center and reveals she will be using her own invention to measure everyone's mana. Pulling back the fabric, she reveals a rare mana storage crystal that glows softly in the arena. She explains that the method is simpler: just place a hand on the sphere and release all your energy. The master goes on to say that the more mana the user possesses, the higher the displayed score will be. A student then asks worriedly if the test will leave them too weak for the upcoming evaluations. With a mysterious smile, the instructor reassures them that the crystal returns all drained energy right afterward. The guy blushes deeply under the woman's gaze and claims he understands the explanation perfectly. The beautiful crafter then announces there is no set order and invites the first volunteer to take a step forward. Immediately, the smitten young man signs up, and she praises his attitude for taking the initiative in the test. The instructor approaches the guy with a seductive look and tells him to start whenever he's ready. The boy touches the sphere, swearing to himself that he won't mess up in front of the beautiful instructor. With that, he releases all his mystical energy, causing a bright green light to flash intensely throughout the room. But the young man quickly panics when he sees that not even half of that glowing object has been filled up. At that moment, the sphere displays a pretty small amount of mana, leaving the guy looking totally disappointed. The redhead gently touches his forehead, telling him to stay calm and mentioning that the item is incredibly powerful. She explains that the crystal has completely drained level 40 warriors in the past, so he actually did quite well. Hearing this, the crowd panics upon finding out that not even the strongest can seem to fill that thing up. With a calm look, the woman announces she is going to return the energy now to the poor, exhausted student. At that exact moment, she whispers that she can read people's personalities through the mana she captures. The master teases him, saying he's pretty innocent, and the boy turns completely red from embarrassment. With that, the instructor raises her hand and asks who the next brave soul will be to take on the challenge. But the other students back away terrified, preferring to take hits from flying rocks rather than being drained dry. Watching the scene, the protagonist notices that the lively mood has completely vanished and everyone is super tense. So, the hero decides to take the initiative and starts walking toward the platform to test his strength. Seeing the new challenger, the woman flashes a sly smile and invites the young man to come closer, but he gets a little confused as he notices someone else has beat him to it and is already set for the test. Right then, the runner-up of the North named Kanahanyu steps up with her sword, showing off a highly imposing presence. The crowd instantly recognizes the famous warrior, and many are totally captivated by her beauty right there. Watching from a distance, the catgirl finds the situation interesting, seeing the top two from the North together. The instructor then gives the order, telling the young woman to start the evaluation as soon as she feels ready. At that moment, the challenger places her hand over the sphere and concentrates to release her power. With that, a gigantic green flame engulfs her body and begins to get sucked into the mystical crystal. The energy level rises way faster than before, but it still seems far from topping off the globe. The students start mocking her, saying the second place of the North isn't that big of a deal after all. A few jerks tell her to just get out of there, but the girl simply lowers her head with a dark look in her eyes. However, she ignores the insults and moves her hand to the hilt of her sword, showing she isn't finished yet. At that exact instant, the focus drops onto the detail of the golden weapon, which begins to radiate an absurd pressure. Drawing the blade just a tiny bit, a violent emerald light explodes, illuminating the entire facility. With a swift movement, the young woman releases a massive shock wave that startles everyone present. Her eyes then flash intensely, proving that her true magical power has finally been awakened. The fluctuation of mana becomes absolutely insane, and the crowd has to hold on tight to avoid being thrown back. Watching closely, the protagonist concludes that the mystical sword is the actual source of all that energy. He notices that when the weapon is drawn, the contained mana flow rushes straight into the wielder's body. At that moment, the crystal glows like never before, becoming almost completely filled with that green light. Keeping a firm stance, the female warrior maintains contact, while the mystical energy keeps overflowing. Shocked, the master states that hitting 80% is a record that nobody has broken in 5 years. After the test ends, the girl removes her hand and takes a deep breath as the sphere's glow begins to fade. The instructor praises her beauty, but receives the shocking reply that she is actually a man. Hearing this, all the guys in the room fall into utter despair upon discovering they were completely fooled by a face. With a blank stare, the master feels bad for the boy's disappointment while trying to hide her own surprise. But she quickly gets back to business, asking if the swordsman is ready to receive his mana back. After finishing the process, the redhead lets out a tired sigh, admitting that returning that much energy is exhausting. With that, the woman asks for a new volunteer again, raising her arms in a super cheerful way. The protagonist finally raises his hand and shouts with determination that he will be the next one up. Seeing the guy, the master is totally charmed, calling him handsome and asking him to introduce himself. Walking to the center, the young man reveals he is the champion of the North, and the crowd instantly starts gossiping. With that, a blue-haired warrior glares at the hero seriously, wanting to see if he's really all that. But the background extras doubt the boy, since he's completely unarmed, betting his mana will be pretty mediocre. The master then clears the start, and the hero reflects that his base mana level sits at 380. Even so, he touches the sphere, relying on his passive Mana Sense skill to completely blow everyone away. The Mana Sense skill displays that he recovers 10% of his energy for every single enemy detected. At that moment, the young man realizes all he has to do is sense a person for his mystical reserves to start filling up. He looks out at the crowd and concludes that every single person there serves as a living battery for his power. The guy then focuses on the instructor and the other awakened ones, realizing his source is practically bottomless. With that, a massive purple aura surrounds the hero, as he uses everyone present to power himself up. He cracks a sinister smile, noticing he will have infinite mana as long as there are people around in this place. Several recovery notifications pop up on the screen, proving the protagonist's plan is working perfectly. The audience is left in total shock, wondering how someone without any items can hold this much power. At that exact instant, the beautiful redhead starts breaking into a cold sweat, noticing the crystal is almost at its limit. But the young man keeps pressing into the sphere, which glows in an extremely violent and insane shade of purple. He observes that the object looks completely topped off, but feels there's still room to inject way more energy. The monster then awakens inside the guy, and he decides to pour every single drop of remaining mana from his body. Desperate, the instructor screams at him to stop immediately before something terrible happens in the arena. But the hero just puts on a clueless look while the mystical pressure keeps building up right there. At that moment, several cracks begin to appear on the surface of the globe, which can't handle that much output. Suddenly, a colossal explosion of energy happens, blasting everything into the air in a bizarre purple flash. The woman covers her face, trying to protect herself from the impact that makes the entire room shake violently. The students scramble back terrified, commenting that the sound of something shattering was straight up deafening. When the dust settles, we see the protagonist standing right in the middle of the total destruction of that expensive equipment. Feeling a bit awkward, the young man scratches his head and asks the master if he's going to have to pay for the damages.